to have everybody tune in for our online preview this evening, and pumped up to invite everybody to join us here at the farm in our new sale and free preview facility. We're excited to showcase the facility, but more importantly, excited to showcase the set of pigs that we've got for you guys. A lot of opportunity, show barrows, boar prospects, and I think absolutely stacked with high-end females out of key sows. I said it several times that, or we'll say it several times. We don't keep any gilts this time of year. We offer 100% of them. We want them to find good homes and have show careers, and then go on and make an impact for other folks. So we're going to have live previews here at the farm Friday night, a couple of them on Saturday, and then one Sunday before the sale. Sale is Sunday, February 1st at 2 o'clock. Online bidding through Kennedy Ventures and CCI. So pumped to ask everybody to join us here at the farm in the new facility, and I think there's a little bit something for everybody in this set of pigs.
Again, always appreciate the invitation to come back and work here with Will and crew. I mean, it's always so impressive with the depth of quality that they've got in this breeding program. And again, as Will had already mentioned, there are some boar prospects, bears of a variety of sizes. There's some quality big ones and quite a few young ones that roll down through the fall. But the females is what always has to get you excited about the Hilty program and what they can contribute to your breeding program or resale value on the ones you get purchased. Again, there's 130 plus individuals going to be in this particular sale. Awesome facility, just a killer facility that you'll really be impressed with and really have an enjoyable time here with the whole crew and a bunch of fellowship with a whole lot of other hog enthusiasts. If we can help you in any way at all and to try to guide you to the best projects you can get, we'd be glad to do so. Thanks for looking in.
Blue-eyed one here would be 19-3. He is an Angry Orchard then and now. His mom and the mother of those 23s would be littermate sisters. And one thing I'll tell you that, man, these Angry Orchard pigs have fed. When you go through our slatted barn, there's several of those Angry Orchard gilts in there that they were just nice pigs when they were this size, and they look like incredible big ones. This pig hits me the same way. Loose built, loose hinged off of both ends of his skeleton, yet he's got some extra hair and feature and just stoutness to him. And again, his practicality and looseness of his skeleton, coupled with those pigs feed and have the right kind of maturity pattern, I see this one just continuing to get better and better.
Yeah, that's that pig here again is one that impresses you with the extension and length out in front of his blade he's got, but still stoutness a feature. Man, he's got a lot of turn to his rib, but that's a big, pliable, centered kind of a hog. And truthfully, he's kind of middle of the road. I wouldn't call him short back, but he's not long back. He looks like the one to me that as that one goes ahead and grows, and you kind of get him managed right to where you want him, he'll get to that heavyweight deal and be exactly where he needs to be. But he won't be an elevated, slick one. That's going to be a bold, stout one. That skull shape, that much openness coming at you, that pliability of center, and a great big explosive hip. Again, just manage him correctly over a period of time. Again, he's got a few more pounds to work with here. One of the bigger end of this particular group as far as actual pounds to work with. But neat kind of a pig, good running gear, lots of stuff to work with. 19-3.
21-1 here, unrivaled, no huddle, building speed, and good litter of pigs that offer some differences in terms of flesh and muscularity at this stage of the game. I think they've all got the same kind of look, build and presence. This -1 is one of the ones that does come with a little extra. He's a little more advanced in terms of his flesh and just bulk at this stage of the game, but very unique in terms of a moderate pig in length of body, yet one that's elevated.
Yeah, again, just square built and proportionate is kind of how he hits me. Again, just a solid individual. Again, that you're not going to have to make excuses for it. Again, I know we've said that a lot today, but it's the truth. And this one is one of the bigger one on pounds in the particular offering. If you need to roll out earlier, he's the kind that you can do that with, just for sheer size aspect of it. And then watch his build: stoutness of skull, squareness of chest, square at the ground coming at us, and then again profiling. He's good up through his front end. He's very good as far as being boxy in his length of body. He's got turn of rib and body shape. He's got very good muscle building down his top and a very square kind of a hip in a real manageable type of fashion. Again, is just a goof-proof individual that just everything kind of fits with a good kind of eye appeal. Unique kind of a color pattern with that black front leg. That'll be a fun one to gravitate to on color pattern from that aspect. But again, a good solid one that's very problem-free. That again, a lot of upside there. 21-1.
21-2 Gilt here, unrivaled, no huddle, building speed, good litter, and some of the bigger pigs in this sale. And this Gilt, for one, that's that bloomy and fleshy, bushy, handles it good. She's still square, correct, and comfortable off of both ends of her skeleton. She's really good in terms of just the pliability to the mid portion of her body. Looks really dual purpose, breeding gilt, market gilt, whatever you want to do, and then got a really neat kind of sow story behind her with going back to that Brockman sow.
Yeah, again, another one that she looks like a pliable, productive kind of a sow, and that, I'm saying that in a good way. Just because there's a sow doesn't mean it can't be a good show pig. She's got a stout kind of a skull, but looks like a productive kind of a female. She's got really good turn to her rib and body shape. Again, a lot of pliability of center, and then she's building muscle. That one's starting to build a ditch down her top, and it comes to the top of her blade quickly, but not too quick to where everything doesn't balance. Everything fits very smoothly in her top line. She's very square and bold in her hip, and has some advancement of muscle, but still really much in check as far as being able to manage that. Again, that dual purpose aspect, you could roll her on out and sharpen her up that first weekend as a market gilt, because she has that extra pop and extra power going directly away. Moderate frame kind of a hog that's really stoutly built. 21-2.
21-3 comes next, and this pig, from a pedigree standpoint, would be an unrivaled no huddle building speed. That building speed sow would have actually originated from Brockman's and was a full sister to Cruel Intention. So neat kind of a sow story behind that one. Just to be 100% transparent, this pig is favoring his right rear just a little bit today, but we're here and videoing them, and we can't put it off till tomorrow. So we're going to guarantee him to be 100%. And I do think when you look at this pig, and he is 100%, man, he's got a stout head. He's got a beautiful turn up high. We just need to get him doctored up and feeling 100%, because I do think that's a really good kind of a barrel prospect that maybe just a little off today. But, again, we'll 100% guarantee him. If he's not right by sale time, we won't even offer him. But it doesn't look like any big issue to get him doctored up and feeling right there.
Yeah, another one that really a neat kind of a splash of color on that one's got. That's going to be a memorable type of a pig to see in the ring. And he proportions really good. That's a stout skull and long front end. A pig that has really good elevation with a shorter box here, barrel length of body to him. I like his reach and go, even though he's not 100% on that one rear leg there today. That hog still, you can tell the way all the angles are setting in him and the way he reaches, it's all there. That's a shot of Linko 300, and that's about it. It'll take care of it. It'll be gone tomorrow. And again, a real feedable type of a hog that doesn't have as much advancement as far as just pop of muscle. He's got muscle, but it's put in him a little more mellow, and I think really is feedable because of that. Neat kind of a pig. Again, a lot of upside there that you can do a lot of creative things with a bucket there also. 21-3.
21-4, unrivaled, no huddle, building speed. building speed sow would have originated from Brockman, and I like these 21s a great deal. This one, like his mates, I think have a very unique presence and look ahead of their blade. Within that litter, this one's maybe got just a little more in terms of just softness to his center body right now. He's got just a little more flesh to him than a couple of his mates, yet still so correct in terms of just hip and hind leg and the way he uses it. I like his pig pretty good.
Yeah, pliability is how he hits me. Again, that turn of rib and that extra center body that he's got with extra fleshing ability and extra turn to it. I mean, he's got a good square kind of a top, but that's not going to go down into a flat-sided, hard-bodied when that one there's got pliability. And I think he's going to open up with a tremendous amount of dimension to keep that stoutness of front end and that stoutness of hind end held together with the right kind of balance. His reach, his go, his flex, his angles out of his front end and hind end are extremely good. Awesome skeleton kind of hog where everything just comes with a comfort level and the ability to just float across the surface really, really comfortably. And if they're going to win, they got to win a class. They got to roll back and they got to continue to do it until they get to the end of the day. That one looks like he can get that accomplished. It wouldn't shock me to find him in a backdrop someplace next summer. That's 21-4.
21-5 here next. Barrow male pig with a white hind leg. His pedigree is unrivaled, no huddle building speed. That building speed sow would have originated from Brockman's there. And these 21s, I think, are neat. They're probably out of just that cute little pig stage. Yet, when you study that one coming and going and from the side, so sharp looking about his head and neck. The way it attaches to his body, he's still good in his proportionality, his length to height, and just depth to him, I think, are all spot on. He's got an incredibly good kind of a hip and rear leg working in him. That's one that, is maybe going through a little bit of a growth stage right now, but I think in a good way. That hog, his indicators, when you watch him come right at you, he's as bold in his chest as you'd ever want him to be. So I think when it's time to pour the coals to him and get that one fleshed up, I think he can handle it, and I think that's a pig that's got a very high ceiling.
That's just good show pig. Again, year in and year out, I mean, those grab you a pin. Coming in, cranking your head comfortably like this one does with skull shape and squareness of chest and being very correct in his elbow, knee and front foot. Again, it's going to grab you a pin if you're not messed up behind it. And then you watch him profile and go walk away. He's not messed up. He's very, very problem-free, and he's very balanced and has, again, just that problem-free type of proportion throughout his body. Elevated up front, extended up front, short-bodied, barrel length of body. Good length of hip with really good kind of reach off of both ends. I like the way it angles and sets and goes. Bones down lower, matching everything we're seeing up high, and does it in a real square kind of a fashion. I mean, he's not skinny and devoid or flat. He's starting to build for sure, but man, he's one that's real feedable that you could, again, just kind of push on him and go and be very, very comfortable that thing's going to hold together. That's 21-5.
21-6, unrivaled, no huddle building speed. Grandma there actually would have come from Brockman's and would have been a full sister to Cruel Intentions. So a neat kind of a sow story there, and then. This litter, as we go through them, some of them are really good built, a little skinnier. There's some that have a little more to them. I think this one combines the good, the skinny ones and the ones that have a little more to them. This pig's kind of, he's out of that cute little pig stage. He's got some size to him. You can kind of tell what you've got there, and boy, it all balances and fits, and he does it all in a really attractive kind of package. That pig there does a lot of things good at this stage of the game.
Yeah, one of the bigger ones on pounds again, and again, guesswork's pretty much gone as far as a lot of aspects, wondering if the green ones are going to get extras to them. like we hope they will, he's doing that. He's got really good kind of skull shape and length up front, a very stout, bold featured one that, again, stays very square and intact in his chest floor and his elbow, knee, and front foot. Really good to his turn of rib shape, center rib with body shape and some density to his center. You look at his muscle shape, he comes with muscle out of the top of his blade really good, but it doesn't come too quick and hard to where it throws everything off in the top line. Everything's smooth and blended right there. Blends good in his ham loin, and he's got an abundance of muscle in his upper hip and stifle and carries it down into the lower portion of his ham and maintains it really well. Again, just kind of pace that one accordingly. Again, he's got more pounds to work with if you need to roll earlier. And again, I think the density of muscle he's probably got some hold in him, and I think pacing him kind of mid-pace and slower is probably where he's going to be his best. Really neat kind of a pig there in that off belt, 21-6.
24-4 comes next, and pedigree here is Clout on a first litter, then and now Gilt. Man, she did a good job. And I just talked. These 23s were on the brink coming out of the nursery, the last sale we had, but man, they were honestly they were just pretty skinny yet. So we left them in for this sale, and they're doing all the right things. They're not the bulkiest or fleshiest in the world at this stage of the game, but their look and presence is next level. And this 23-4 has an absolutely giant rear leg working in him. It's big, it's correct, it's bendy, it's flexible. He is a crip, so he's going to need to be fixed by a vet there. But this is a pig that I think has some big ring parts and pieces. If it all comes together just right and he continues to fatten and flesh up, I think this one could get way, way good someday.
Yeah, that one hits me as just the awesome, ultimate kind of a feeder that you can be real comfortable behind in going and seeing what you get accomplished with that one. That one's build is incredible. It's a shame he's got one up, one down, because that one has some properties of being a boar. So forget about that. But his skull shape and his jawline, his stoutness a feature coming at you, and ability to crank that head above his spine and keep his crest clean. That is an awesome kind of a hog coming at you. Heavy boned, great big forearm working in him coming at you. A really good angle and set and reach. Watch that guy motor up front. Great big set of paws with a good set of pasterns. He's got a big, pliable kind of a center body and is shorter in his length of body, boxy, barrel length of body. He's got really good range of motion behind as far as his reach and his ability to go and get after it and reach behind his tail head with authority there with that hock. And then, again, he's not real advanced in his muscle as far as just sheer tone and pop right now, but I think that's fun. You can just feed on that one when all that stuff is put in him like that one. Very neat pig that definitely needs a good home. That's 23-4.
23-5 here would be a Clout, then and now, and neat litter pigs. They've all got a wild look about their head and neck and just front 1/3 of their body. This one has more pop to him than any of the other 23s. He's got more shape down his top. He's got more flare there to his hip and stifle. This is a pig, other group that's one of the bigger pigs on pounds, but still represents quality. If you've got an earlier show, these big pigs are getting harder and harder to find, and that's crazy as early as it is. But that's a pig that's got some size on him that can make an earlier show that still represents a lot of quality there.
Yeah, again, a good size hog. If you need to roll earlier, don't hesitate trying to grab hold of one like this. Because again, that was just a good, solid individual year in, year out. That is a good-looking one up front that combines with a lot of bulk and stoutness in his rib, shoulder blade, and body. If you watch him profile, that extra extension up front combined with the type of length of body and elevation he's got off the ground, everything balances, fits, and equates the way it's supposed to. Man, he's got a robust muscle shape down his top and really a powerful kind of muscle shape working through his hip with a big athletic kind of a hind leg. Again, clean jointed, square and true, coming and going. Again, just looks like one of those goof-proof solid ones that you can just roll on with and do a lot of things very creatively. And again, he's got some pounds to play with if you need to run out there earlier and get your season started a little quicker. That's 23.5.
23.6, the gilt comes next. Pedigree here is Clout, then and now, be a first litter then and now gilt. And these 23s were on the brink of coming out of the nursery when we had our last sale there. And to be honest with you, we didn't get them out just because they were pretty green and skinny. And I'm not telling you they're the fleshiest in the world at this stage of the game, but I can tell you they're coming, and their maturity pattern looks like they're just going to continue to come. And this gilt with that kind of look and presence and head carriage, hip and hind leg, I think all those things are absolutely spot on. You just continue to pour the coals to that one and get her fat and fleshy someday, and I think she could be a show gilt deluxe.
Yeah, we're back into one that's a little smaller on pounds, so figure out where you want to be there. Really looks like a lady. Slick-fronted, very good, very sharp kind of a jawline and good extension up front, awesome in her crest, good looking. And then behind that, she's square in her build as far as being square in her chest and good at the top for blades. She's very good on profile aspect, tall-fronted. Everything blends out of that head carriage and top line extremely good. She blends into a boxier length of body that's really proportionate for the show ring today. Very square in her build. I love her going directly away from us with the kind of muscle shape she's starting to build there behind. Great big athletic kind of a hind leg and reach as it goes. Extremely good. Killer kind of a color pattern. It's going to be very easy to and memorable to kind of roll back into. That's 23-6.
24-1 belted pig here would be Relentless. Quite frankly, his mom would be one of the 15-litter, quite frankly, sows. Those sows doing an awesome job. The other one would actually be the mother of the 26s. And, man, Relentless, that's another boar that you're going to hear me say that we're going back and using because I think those hogs have some extra feature, yet they're built good and have the right kind of maturity pattern. This one, this 24-1, man, killer skull and opened up. Just looks like an awesome feeding pig that gets good when it matters most.
Yeah, he's just one of those that kind of year in and year out, those kind of gravitate to a pen pretty quick. Again, that kind of skull shape, elevation up front, head carriage, and then again, look at his build. He's very square chested. He's really square in his knee. He doesn't get outside and roll any place, anywhere. All 8 toes head the right direction, all north and south. They're all right on the corners where they need to be in a real feedable kind of a package. You know, he's starting to build a good muscle shape down his top. Good stifled hog, real manageable, not going to have to be real creative, but you have the ability to do that, I think, with a pig like this if you choose to. That's a 24-1 male.
24-2 next here would be a Relentless. Quite frankly, mom would be a 15-litter, quite frankly, sow. And there's a pair of those 15s, and they're going to do an awesome job. This gilt of the 24s is probably the greenest, skinniest one just in terms of her flesh and muscularity at this standpoint. But beautiful looking front end, right kind of length of hip and hind leg. Just looks like one that needs to continue to flesh up. And, man, when she does flesh up and fatten, her look and presence and hip and hind leg are all going to work in her favor.
Yeah, another easy feed, goof-proof kind of a pig that just good-looking, those year in, year out will grab you a pin because they're just not messed up. Good look up through their front end, cranks her head up, squares it, shows off a very square kind of a chest, good elbow and knee coming at you. Profile's extremely good. Looks like one that you can get her good early and you can get her good often. But man, when she finishes, I think it's where probably the prime time is for her because she's green, immature, and one again because of the way she's built, always going to maintain that look. I think her soundness level is always going to be good as far as her reach off of both ends. And she squares up good. Just add the extras with the bucket and go ahead and bulk her up. It's all in the pedigree to get it done. Just a good looking one that again should be a solid feed. That's 24-2.
24-3 next. Relentless, quite frankly, and a good litter, a good sow, and a really good pig here. We're going to see a couple of these 24s that are a little greener and skinnier at this stage of the game. This one's ready from a muscle and flesh standpoint. Yet she's got that same wild look and presence up front. Got a killer hip and hind leg. If there's a jackpot show tomorrow, looks like she's ready, in my opinion, and to go get right in amongst them. And then she's so good built that I could see this one stretching all the way into fall, and who knows how big her show window could be. And then just from a sow standpoint, looks like she could be big time as well.
He has much upside as you'd ever want to figure on one. I mean, man, she grabs your attention real quick coming in the ring. And again, really good looking up front. I like her proportions when you watch her profile. That is a stout skull and a very short back. Really good on her turn of center body and the right kind of proportion to that center body. It looks like a generator out of a skull, heavy structured, aesthetics of hair. A boxier length of body, and then just running gear. Man, that one cranks her head and goes. Everything blends the way it needs to in that head carriage and then back into her crest and chine. Very, very good shape. Really a level in her design as far as flexibility of spine or reach of hind leg is good, and maybe the biggest big time view of her is going directly away. That is going to be a beautiful muscle pattern, beautiful hip with a square hind leg going directly away, big tail root, all the indicators there to do it. Again, another definite shortlister for me. That's 24-3.
24-4 next, gilt with the white hind leg here, and honestly, I'll get pedigree first. Relentless, quite frankly, honestly, she's the polar opposite of her sister. We just looked at from just a flesh and bulk standpoint, but still has that look and presence, still has that right kind of length of body. This is a pig that, we try to have pigs that can kind of fit a multitude of price points, if you will, yet make good projects. You get this one home, and I think if she does the right things, you could be really, really happy with what you've got. She's maybe in the video here today favoring the back leg just a bit to be 100% transparent, but we'll get her treated, and obviously she'll be guaranteed to be 100%, but somebody could look real smart if they get this one bought right.
Yeah, she's got neat splashes of color too, and that doesn't make her a good pig, but I do like where everything kind of hits on that one. She's not going to be the one that'll wow you out of this entire set because it's an extremely deep group and it's a sizable group, but don't bypass one like that. Again, those ones are a little greener and skinnier. Get those other pigs out of the pen and then let these guys have a few more trips to the feeder. You'll be surprised what that one's going to turn into in a week or two as far as the bulk and mass. Because skull shape, length of body, boxy length of body, squareness of build, she's just greener, skinny, more immature, but one you can really, really pour the coal to and feed upon. That'll be another one that, again, maybe an under-the-radar kind of a pig, but definitely not one to bypass. That's 24-4.
She needs a shot. 25-1, the solid black one comes next year. Pedigree on him would be mainline, spread the word, no intro. That no intro sow on the bottom side there would actually be, quite frankly, his littermate sister. So this pig's mother would actually also be the mother of Coldplay, the boar there, the wide awake son that Platt's got. And I think this is a neat prospect in terms of stoutness of skull with the skeleton, a hog that has true muscle. You can see it working down his top, and he's got tremendous just flair to his hip and stifle as he goes directly away from you, yet maintains good balance and squareness from hip hock to ground. I like that one, again, in terms of his extra feature and muscularity there. I don't think you'll need to get real aggressive with that one in terms of a feed bucket. And for one that does have those extras, man, he can get out here and use the surface.
Yeah, stout and dense featured, man. That is a bold, stout skull and really wide-chested. Again, very good as far as being open in his rib cage, but still, truthfully, with that much barrel shape to his rib and that kind of skull, still doesn't roll out in his elbow. Squares up good coming at you, and he takes the right length of stride with enough set to his shoulder knee and front foot. He's real good as far as a one that has an abundance of stuff. I mean, that hog has got a big top and a huge rump and still able to, again, take a long kind of a stride. You just pace him right. Just slow him up on protein and kind of manage him throughout his career. He'll be a good one for you there to play with for sure. That's 25-1.
26-1 chromed up gill here. Pedigree would be dog eat dog. Quite frankly, never before. Goes back to 29-2 never before Sal, which Sal that's made an impact here for a long, long time. And this daughter of hers, quite frankly, Sal looks like she's going to do the same thing. Her first couple litters have been really good, but I think this could be her best litter yet. These 26-litter gilts, they're the kind that if this was summer or fall litter, they'd have their permanent residence in the slatted barn already, and we'd be getting ready to build around them because she looks like that kind to me. But again, I've said it several times now, we keep 0 gilts this time of year. We offer them all, regardless of what sow they're out of. You get the chance to buy our very best, and that one, again, my kind, show her for a long time, make a sow out of her, whatever you want to do there. I think there's endless possibilities with a couple of these 26-litter gilts.
Yeah, really intriguing breeding piece there. I mean, that one there looks like a generator out of her skull. Looks like a killer kind of a sow. Awesome jawline and really a lot of stoutness. And again, she's real boxy in her build. She's shorter in her back and good as far as get proportionate of a three-dimensional stout kind of a look. Good angles, good set, extra aesthetics of hair, heavy structured, very square built. Wouldn't surprise me if she wouldn't make a killer kind of a market gilt here at the beginning of Showpig season there in the Jackpot series. She's very square and bold down her top, comes with muscle out top of her blade there really quickly, but does it in the right way where everything stays very smooth and intact. And she's bold in her stifle, with an athletic square kind of a hind leg and a clean joint. Again, solid, easy feed, but a whole lot of upside. That's more than just a show pig that you're going to take into the ring. That one's one that can play. That one's 26-1.
26-2 be the white-tailed one here, and his pedigree, again, is dog eat dog, quite frankly, and these 26s are some of the bigger pigs in this set, and maybe out of cute little pig stage, but I think there's a lot to this barrow. I think he's extra stout and rugged, yet still maintains good squareness off of both ends of his skeleton. That's a sow that's done an awesome job in her first couple litters, and we have a ton of faith in her. And honestly, this pig and the other pig in the preview pen are probably polar opposites in terms of how they need fed. This one probably needs just mellowed out a little bit, but I think his extras are going to allow him to be competitive if managed right.
Yeah, I mean, that's a manly bear. I mean, that one there is really stout from end to end, extremely stout skulled, very heavy structured, really good as far as, again, having a lot of density of center. That has a big turn to his rib cage, and it got a big top working in him and a lot of natural body shape. And there's a lot of hip there, but still able to motor that thing and flex it the way it needs to. I mean, that's a big old stifle, but still not out of bounds. I mean, he doesn't bow or flex anything in the wrong direction. Everything moves directly forward the way it needs to. And he, you roll that one just like you would if you like a greener one or a stouter one, and feed him accordingly and roll him back just a little bit slower. And that, he's got a unique kind of a build where he's got a lot of density and a lot to him. But if paced right, he's got frame size to accommodate into a heavyweight on into the end. I think that'll be a very fun kind of push and pull through the breeding or through the show season there. 26-2.
26-3, the male pig here with the white tail would be a dog eat dog. Quite frankly, his mom's one of the 15. She's a 20-litter. Quite frankly, Sal, that's going to do a really, really good job. And man, what a good litter! The dog eat dog pigs, these 26-litter pigs, suit us well. That pig does have a little bit of cauliflower ear to his right ear there, but man, it's pretty well dried up, and it almost wants to stand up already, if it makes sense. I think that'll be a scenario when you get a stick on that pig, his ear's going to fold back and won't bother you a bit. once you get past that, man, what a heavy-boned, good rib, good-bodied one that's got extra feature and shag. We like what that sow's done, and that's a dang good litter, and that pig looks like he's got a real shot to me.
Yeah, he's a little bigger on pounds. One of the bigger ones we've viewed here today, and again, that ear flop there is immaterial. I mean, it's got a little dab of fluid left in it. It will go away. It will stand up. 99.9% sure of that. And what a neat pig. I'm gonna get past that. That's a neat colored pig. It's got the white flag tail. That is a stout skull, an awesome, bold kind of a jawline. Very wide-chested. And again, it's very square in his rib and true coming directly at us. That is a big set of bones, really good as far as his angle and set and reach, his comfort level with stuff. You know, that one there is not green and skinny by any means. That one's opened up really good. He's starting to get some power down his top, and he's starting to get some boldness in his hip and real manageable. I'm watching him pick that hind leg up and flex it back with abundance of muscle. Really neat kind of a prospect there. He might be under the radar a little dab, but that's a really neat kind of a pig. It's got, again, a lot of upside to work with if that one's size-wise suits you the best. That's 26.3.
Uh, 26.5, another one of these 26 litter. Man, I love this litter. Dog eat dog, quite frankly, never before. And man, I said it several times about the mate sisters. We offer all our gilts this time of year, and you know, there's about 3 of these 26 litter gilts that offer extreme pieces, and yet they're so fundamentally correct. I think you could have 3 really good hog evaluators. You know, ask each one of them to pick their favorite of those 26 litter gilts, and you could come up with 3 different answers, because I think they're all good, yet they all bring something a little different to the table. I think this one reaches as far as any of them in areas in terms of feature and stoutness. Yet I think maybe she's the softest ribbed, softest centered one of those. Again, show gilt deluxe, but really looks like a generating kind of sow to me.
Yeah, I totally agree. Again, right out of the gate, again, that extra skull shape and length of front, dimension of stoutness and a generating look out of her skull is kind of how she hits me. Again, those are very, very stout skulled pigs. I love that dog boar last fall, and man, loved what I've seen here so far. This one here, again, stout featured through her front end, but still has length of front and cleanliness in her crest. She's very good as far as her density of rib and body, starting to build some muscle. Looks like a dual-purpose one without any hesitation, with that kind of turn to a loin edge and ditch running down her top. Big stifled hog, real manageable. I mean, everything is perfectly in check, and you know, she's a lot, but an easy manage a lot, and that's not always the easiest thing to do when they've got that much density and stoutness to them. But that one sure looks like an awesome kind of a sow prospect. And again, you're going to have the opportunity again to pick through Will's entire group of females here, and the return on investment on these things is extremely good. You get the right one laid in, you take care of them correctly, you're going to have the opportunity to peddle that thing in one of these sales there throughout the summer or fall. And again, could be in very good shape to line yourself up to kind of roll on down the line with the next generation. A very, very good kind of a gilt. 26.5.
26.8, neat marked gilt here. Pedigree would be dog eat dog, quite frankly, never before. And on the bottom side of that never before sow, man, it traces all the way back to some of that Skywire stuff that was kind of the foundation of some of our early success. So this again, sow family traces way back there, and these dog eat dog pigs, man, they've been well received, and sounds like they're getting along good as the initial crop of them kind of hits the show ring here this winter. And I talked about this with a mate gilt to this one. We keep no gilts springtime of the year. This one looks like the kind that could crank one. He's so good built, yet offers extremes in terms of skull and bone and feature. She's wildly good haired. looks like she could be a ton of fun as a show gilt. Show her early and often, and all summer and potentially into the fall, and then put her back in the sow herd or offer her for sale. I think if she grows up and looks like that, you wouldn't have any problem getting rid of her. I promise you that.
Yeah, I like having quite a bit. I mean, that is, man, as a dense featured one. If another one that you just look at it and you say, man, that looks like a generator, looks like one that can give you that outlying piece of next generation. That is a very stout skull with a very broad kind of a forehead, really bold jawline, but still good looking. Man, if a guy likes some stout and that wants to judge it, he's going to love this one. And yet she's still not messed up. You can't take them so far that there's a big problem or a glaring hole. She has none. I like her as good as anything I've seen so far in that litter. Really square in her chest, really good in her elbow and knee up front. She leaves us exactly the same way, and she's starting to build some thickness and boldness and pop a stifle with a big hind leg, extra aesthetics of hair, neat color pattern. Just go on and on with the positive adjectives you want to give that one. And again, not have to grant any place that you really wish you would see her different in some way. That's a neat breeding piece, and she'll be toward the top of my list there for sure. That's 26-8.
26-9 comes next. Pedigree here would be Dog Eat Dog on a young, quite frankly, sow. Dog Eat Dog's another boar that after seeing the first crop of loads, we tore back into it and continued to use. And we're actually bred a few sows to him again this morning. So that's a boar that is going to do a good job. I think this 26 litter represents a lot of quality. The -9 within that litter is maybe the bigger outlined, later maturing gilt of that particular litter, but backed by a really good sow that we're excited to work with going forward.
Yeah, I like that hog quite a bit there last fall, and this one, again, another one that has an awesome kind of look out in front of her blade. Extremely good elevation, levelness of design, reach, and again, just squareness of build. Again, they're not messed up. When you get them started out, it's always a better day to go to the barn, and this one looks like one that's going to be a solid, easy feed, again, that you don't have to make any excuses for from Indian. And I think she's a type and kind that, again, as you go on into a heavier weight is where she's going to actually shine and get even better. She'll be one that's just better every day of her life. That's 26-9.
28-1, neat marked one here. Pedigree would be mainline to the extreme, and if you made it to the farm to see the last set of pigs, we had a pig pulled out that maybe we were going to try to get ready to take the Breeders' Cup, but he was a little bitty at that time. That's this pig, so we thought enough of him that we got him out of the nursery. He was probably 15 pounds, and man, he sure still doesn't disappoint. Short, moderate-bodied, big legs, awesome kind of skull, and then maintains great squareness, hip, hock to ground, and just a different-looking one in terms of his proportions. I think high-caliber show barrow or one that certainly deserves to be considered a boar. That one does a lot of things good, and he's looked the part from the time he was 15 pounds. He still looks the part now. If he just continues to do what he's done up until this point, that one there hits me real well and has done so for a while now.
Yeah, bigger pig on pounds, and again, it's always good to see those bigger ones doing the things that we say these little smaller, greener ones are supposed to do, and that's just a testament of the program and how those things are put together and the indicators that we look at. He definitely hits me as a dual-purpose prospect coming out of the gate. I mean, if that one's not a generating skull for a boar, I don't know what is. I mean, that one looks bold and stout and with an awesome kind of a jawline, a big bridge to his forehead. Again, wide-chested, but very true and square in his elbow, a knee and front foot. Nothing deviates or rolls any direction wrong. He proportions extremely good with a lot of density of rib and a lot of pliability of body and the right body length. He's got a neat kind of a color pattern with the white switch on his tail and the whole works there. And then again, with the abundance that he's got, the density he's got, I mean, that one there still really, really rolls off of both ends really good as far as maintaining squareness, maintaining flexibility. And again, with a lot of stuff, that'll be a really fun bear, a really killer kind of a boar, either way you want to roll that one. That's 28-1.
28-2 is going to be the gilt here in the preview pen, and pedigree on her is going to be, mainline to the extreme. That's a sow that honestly was a little slower to get started, but glad we were patient and eventually got her going because looks like she's going to generate some far-reaching pieces. This gilt extra stout, yet moderate in her length of body, and for a hog that's that moderate in her length of body, she's elevated in terms of her frame size, and those things in one package in terms of moderation of length and then making them elevated, those are hard to do. And then she comes with big bones. She's a gilt that's a little greener in terms of her muscle shape and muscle pattern at this stage of the game, but her indicators read that she's going to come with it.
Yeah, she looks like a feeder's dream. That again, just a good built one with feature. And she's green and immature in her look, but man, look at the stoutness to her forehead and the rim to her snout. That is a bold, stout one coming at you with a really good kind of head carriage. Looks like a lady butt stout. Looks like a generator. And it looks like one that could be a killer kind of a sow. Watch back off of her. Watch her profile. Again, that extension up front with the stoutness elevated up off the ground with good length of cannon, shorter boxier length of body, aesthetics of hair, heaviness of structure, squareness of build. Everything heads the right direction off both ends. And again, this looks like one you can get real creative and push on and just build that one and master over time. That was 28-2.
Uh, 28-4 here, crossbred gilt. Pedigree would be mainline to the extreme. You're going to see several mainline pigs in this particular set. That first crop of those was kind of hitting the chip barn when we were breeding these sows, and man, we tore back into it. And there's a bunch of them in this sale, and rightfully so. This gilt reads with extra feature and stoutness, awesome kind of head, right kind of proportions, and again, can't say enough about the mainline thing.
Yeah, man, we've seen a bunch of good ones at various previews, and I mean, this one fits right amongst the top of them. Getting a smaller one on panels will try to help you a little bit there on seeing on camera what size things are. But, man, perfect proportions. She's tall shoulders. She's really boxing her length of body, very barrel-oriented from that aspect. Really good generating kind of a skull look coming out of her front end, but still a really neat kind of a jawline. Excellent kind of bone work. Everything fits true and square to the ground, front to rear, and she's starting to build some muscle there in the right kind of way. Be a really awesome kind of a feeder. That's 28-4 gilt.
28-5 male pig here, mainline to the extreme, neat pig, neat litter. This pig is 9 kinds of stout. He's got a huge arm. He's got an awesome kind of head. He's got a great big back leg. He's the right kind of length of body and frame size. He's just a little greener in terms of his muscle pattern at this stage of the game. But this reads like one of those pigs that later this summer somebody could say, hey, where was that pig at? Because he was a little greener and skinnier at this stage of the game. His pattern, his proportions, and his stoutness are something you can't do with a feed bucket. His muscle and shape, I think, are things that could be fed, and he could be pushed harder when it's time. But that one has some hard-to-do pieces in terms of, again, his stoutness, feature, and his length of body. He just needs to come with some groceries. I think if he does the right things, that one could get awfully good someday.
Yeah, I like that pig quite a bit. Again, coming right out of the gate, but that was impressed you with the stoutness. It's got everything squares up extremely good. Man, his stoutness of skull. I mean, if it's a boar prospect, he looks like a generator. If it's a bear, he's stout. Very square in his build, really true and square in his chest floor, very intact and keeps his elbow in where it needs to, and all 8 toes head the right direction from end to end. Love his profile. high-headed, cocky. Everything blends and fits. And, man, I love his structure. He's just very good as far as comfort level. Everything reaches and flexes the way it's supposed to. And, again, just push on him because, man, one like that, you're going to be real pleased with that one. Whether you consider that your first choice or one you want to back off onto because you don't get another one, I wouldn't have any problem feeding on that one. Don't bypass that one. That'll come back to bite somebody if you don't get that one bought this spring. That's 25-2 or 28-5.
Black-headed one here, 28-6, mainline to the extreme. Good litter, really neat litter in terms of some pigs that have some outlying pieces, and he fits right in there. He's moderate in his length. He's stout. He's really good built, and you can see he comes out here and cooperates. Just real loose hinged off of both ends of his skeleton. That's a pig that, to steal maybe one of Jim's terms, just hits you like a feeder's dream. Nothing's messed up, and you give him pig feed and just watch him get better.
Yeah, again, one that looks like, man, when that one comes together in the end as a heavyweight, man, that one's going to be deadly looking. That is a cocky, neat-looking, exotic, unique-looking fronted hog that kind of jawline extension up front, and then combined with the type of build he's got from the profile. He's tall-shouldered. He's up off the ground with good length of cannon, the type of length of body and length of cannon he's got, again, would surely make you think as a heavyweight that everything would just get better and better the longer those things go. He's not going to put out on you and quit on frame size. That one just looks like one that can go and get it done in a very big-time way. Good skeleton, good comfort level. Everything fits, balances the way, and proportions the way it needs to. It looks like one you can really pour the coal to and do a bunch of extras with the bucket. That's 28-6.
Uh, 29-2 will be the solid black barrow that comes next. Another mainline pig, and then his mom would be one of the 18-litter to the extreme sows. She'd actually been the mother of the 47s that we had last spring that were well received and got some good homes. So that sow's doing an awesome job. And again, can't say enough about what we think of the mainline thing. And again, this just looks like the feeding kind. I don't know that he's going to win that first weekend out, but his skeleton's right, his feet and legs are right, and yet comes with some extra feature.
Yeah, he's a real dense feature dog as far as stoutness of skull, heaviness of structure, all the extra aesthetics of hair. Just looks like a three-dimensional, real stout kind of a barrow that's going to expand and again, have that dimension to the ground that it takes to kind of get you into a pen pretty quick. A solid feeder. Again, he's all black. It's kind of immaterial. Size-wise, his show window looks like he's got some push and pull, and you can hold on him if you need to. Kind-wise, and on through that state fair season for sure. I mean, is no problem whatsoever. Maybe on beyond a little bit. Good kind of an all-black one there in 29-2.
29-4 would be the narrower belted one here in the pen right now, and again, pedigree on the 29s is mainline to the extreme. Mom would be one of those 18-litter to the extreme sows that's done an awesome job for us, and this is a pig that Grant and I both identified in the nursery as one that's just so cocky and high-headed, and just got that look and presence about his front end. He's a hog that looks like the kind that makes a really good heavyweight someday, and again, can't say enough about what we think of that mainline thing. You're going to see a bunch of those in this particular set.
That one is really unique. He's got, that really good length and extension and elevation up front. That is a neat-looking bear coming out of the ring, and extremely good, high-headed kind of a pig that cranks it above his spine and does it with that blend in his top line. Doesn't have any break in it. Everything that kind of fits really smoothly down his top, and he's tall as his shoulders is his hip. That's a running gear pig. I mean, that one there gets out and reaches and goes, and I think the perfect kind of maturity to him to actually push on and go and just build him as you go. That's a very neat pig, and we'll talk. I'm sure we're real early in our preview, but I'm sure we'll talk about more prospects, and he sure looks like one of those that could be a very eye-catching, memorable kind of a pig in a catalog that could probably sell a lot of juice with a front end like that. That's 29-4.
29.5 comes next here, the white-tailed pig, and good litter. You're going to see several of these 29s sired by mainline, and then back on an 18 litter to the extreme sow. This pig is just hits me as one that's just so loose skeleton, I guess would be my first impression. He's long-hipped and got a flag tail working in him, and then everything just fits and balances so well. Again, maybe doesn't just wow you right out of the gate, but this kind right here will keep you out of the ditch. And a lot of times you get to the end, it's the one that it's not messed up anywhere that gets you across the finish line. I could see this pig being that kind.
Yep, a whole lot more fun to go into the show barn every morning when you go in with the ones that you don't have to make an excuse for. And that's one of them. I mean, again, kind of timeless year in, year out. Good looking up front, but still stout enough. Wide-chested, good turn to his center rib with the barrel shape to his rib. He's got more density of body than some of them we've looked at, and I like that about him. He's getting advanced in his muscle shape down his top. He's getting some stifle shape, but still real manageable. And again, just kind of pace him accordingly and let him tell you weekly if he's doing the right things or if he needs to go the different direction. Because again, I think the push and pull on that one should be good as far as feeding style, be able to roll on or be able to hang on to him and hold him over a period of time. That's 29.5.
30-1 blue-eyed gilt, sired by Outlaw at Crossroads Genetics. Back on an 18 litter to the extreme sow, and good litter, but this pig within that litter, I think she comes to the forefront in my opinion. Pretty quick. She's loose built and correct in her skeleton like all the 30s. Yet I think she comes with just more chub and more flesh and more shape at this stage of the game. I think that one could be a lot of fun from a show gilt standpoint. But, man, you envision that one as a big 300-pounder someday. And, man, I think she could be a lot of fun as a sow. And then the value of it in a light cross package, blues, it seems like as we get further and further away from any purebred influence, man, they're hard to make. It's hard to make good ones. I think that's a good blue gilt, and her long-term value in terms of being a sow that you can make those light crosses with. I think she just looks like the right kind to do that and do it at a really high level to me.
Yeah, neat pig. Again, kind of middle-sized to maybe the plus side of that for the group who were selling her today. This blue-eyed gilt here, again, is really stout and dense. I mean, that is a generating-looking kind of a skull with really good extension up front and a clean kind of a throat line that keeps her feminine looking. Man, that is a wide chest and a heavy set of bones and a big set of feet. And then you watch her profile again. She's taller as her shoulders. She has her hips. She's boxing, her length of body. She's very correct in her skeleton. Again, the running gear on these pigs today has been very impressive. You know, the angle and set and reach and comfort level of this one is very good. And, again, she proportions so good. And, man, she's going to be a stout one as a big one. And, man, out in the front pasture sow type of situation, that one's going to be a very, very impressive one with real stout indicators from end to end. Looks like she could crank one there someday for sure. 30-1.
30-2 white-tailed gilt next. Pedigree here is Outlaw, the breeding boar there at Crossroads, back on one of the 18-litter to the extreme sows. And we've got a trio of those sows, and man, they all I said it to Grant the other day, they grew up together in the slatted barn. Seems like they go through the farrowing house every time together. They just stay on schedule, and man, they do a good job. First impression on this one maybe hits you as more of a breeding type gilt in terms of her looseness of skeleton and the extra rib and body she's got. Yet in the same breath, if you need her to make a market hog, man, she's stout featured, and that looseness and flexibility that she's got, I think allow you to get pretty aggressive with the feed bucket on that one. Just a no-holes, problem-free gilt that, again, maybe at some point, if you want to show her as a market hog, you need to feed some muscle to her. But last time I checked or fed one, that was the easiest thing to do with a feed bucket.
Yep, all the intangibles that you can't get out of a bucket or a packet someplace, she's got, and that's just built. She's got a good skeleton. Again, watch her when she hits the ring, cranks her head above her spine. Looks like a good sow out of her skull. She's not the slickest front one, but she definitely has a good length in front with a good look up front. Looks like she should be a really good kind of a sow. And again, watch her profile, that kind of jawline and look up front, and then boxy, short length of body, levelness of design, her reach and flexibility and angles, the way everything sets and goes in a real feedable type of fashion. Again, just a goof-proof kind of an individual. Neat white flag tail working on her there for a color pattern to be memorable. Really neat kind of prospect. Again, very, very problem-free, really solid in her build. That's 30-2.
Black-headed gill here would be 30-4 from a pedigree standpoint. Outlaw, the breeding boar there at Crossroads, back on an 18-liter to the extreme sow. We've got a trio of those sows, and man, they do a good job. And this black-headed gilt, a lot like her litter mates, man, just hits me so good from a structural integrity standpoint. Her shoulder set and strength of front foot, her length of hip and just bend to her rear leg, all read very, very correct. Allow her to, fit a breeding gilt scenario extra well. Yet, I think if you need one to show from a market hog standpoint, one of the first things you want is one that's not messed up, and she's not messed up anywhere. And then, from a muscle perspective, looks like it'll come. But again, last time I checked or fed one, the easiest thing, in my opinion, to add to one is muscle. So don't let that hold you back. I think that's a really good built, functional kind of a prospect.
Yeah, problem-free aspect is always a good thing to have in your show barn. Again, where you're not trying to have to get too creative to try to hold one together. Man, she just looks like a solid one. Good looking up front, elevation. Now, pounds-wise, these are a few of the bigger ones probably that we've seen in the group. They're not huge by any means, but I know it's always hard to tell on screen. But that's just a good pig. It's, again, starting to do the right things. Very good looking up front with the good stout kind of a skull, but a good jawline, or the right kind of length of body, elevation off the ground with that length of body, and reach of go off of both ends is extremely good. She's a greener pattern hog that, again, squares up. She's not going to be skinny or deficient anywhere. She's just a good problem-free prospect, again, you just, again, first-timer, you can do it real easy. Doing a long time, you can add a lot of extras to that one because she's really correct in the way she's built, immature in her build. That's 30-4.
30-6, the narrow belted male pig here would be an outlaw to the extreme. His mom would be one of those 3 18-liter sows that we have, and this one is maybe a little different than his littermate sisters. He reads with just a little more shape and muscularity down his top and out through his hip and stifle. Yet the same kind of looseness of structure with his shoulder set and just the way he uses his hind leg. Just a pig that maybe doesn't, first impression, just blow you away. But at the same time, he's not messed up anywhere. He's good built, and he's got shape and muscle.
Yep, again, just one of those that you can gravitate to as just being good looking and not messed up. Just a proportion really good for the barrier ring right now. Skull shaped jawline, boxy, short length of body, opened up in his chest and very good in his knee. He's starting to get some pliability of center and starting to expand a little more there and to maintain that stoutness from end to end. He comes with muscle out top of his blade really good with a square kind of a stifle working directly away from you. And again, it keeps everything in check with a clean set of joints. Again, a very problem-free type of fashion. Doesn't blow you away with just outlying stuff. He's just a very good balanced kind of a pig that should be a solid, easy feed. Just pace him correctly. That's 30-6.
30-7, off-belted gilt here. Pedigree is outlaw to the extreme. And, man, the similarities in these 30s is consistent as maybe any litter. They're just really practical in terms of their build. They're practical in terms of their feet and legs. They're good ribbed and good bodied. again, just the kind that aren't going to get you in trouble anywhere. Their build and usefulness to their skeleton, if you will, I think all work to their advantage.
Yeah, another one that's just solid in her build, very square, very immature in her muscle, but still a lot of indicators. That's a very stout kind of a skull with a good length of front. She's heavy structured with good set out of that front foot. She plants that rear leg really well with a lot of flexibility of spine. I like the way everything hinges and gives with comfort and ease. Just looks like a good solid feeder again that you can push on. Again, she's a little bigger on pounds here for this particular group, but again, the one that again I think you can roll midsummer there on the early type of fall type of situation. And again, another one you can pour the coal to because she's square built and immature in her build. That's 30-7.
31-2 blue male pig here would be a relentless to the extreme trio of those 18-liter to the extreme sows, and man, they all do a good job. We love what Relentless has done here, and aboard we're continuing to breed sows too, and pigs like this are why. That kind of feature with that kind of extension about head and neck, and then so correct in terms of just angles and joints. When you study this pig from the side, the point of his shoulder is so high, yet his shoulder is just hinged so loose, and his blades set on the outside corners of his body. Long term he needs to fatten and flesh up through the mid portion of his body. But I think if that pig does that, boy, he could get really, really good. And pigs out of those sows feed. Again, I talked about it with a blue gilt. Light crosses are hard to find. It's hard to find good ones, and I think this is a pig that has a really high ceiling.
And again, we'll mention this light cross thing too. I mean, it's starting to expand all across the country in several different jackpot circuits, all the NJSA shows, a lot of Midwestern state fairs. I mean, there's a lot of them splitting that division, so you're going to have a lot of opportunity to go out. And again, that just looks like, again, just a solid individual that, again, year in and year out, tall-shouldered, square-built, good chested, skull shape with extension. He's square built in his body cavity. He's square built in his hind end. The way that his muscle pattern goes in a real feedable type of fashion. This looks like a no nonsense kind of a pig with a lot of upside feeding ability wise. And again, one that again, if you haven't fed one before or you've done it a lot, you can make this one look pretty special. Very neat pig there, 31-2.
31-4 male pig, blue one here. Relentless to the extreme, and Relentless is a boar that as we go back to breeding sows, we've been using him again, and I think he does an awesome job of siring pigs that have a really distinct look about their front end and have the right kind of stoutness of feature. I see all those things in this particular pig. Beautiful looking up front. He's moderate in his length of body, yet he's elevated. He's another pig, and you could probably say it about just about every one of these 31s. They need to fatten, they need to flesh up, they need to soften through the center portion of their body. But again, I think their look, their presence, their proportionality, all those things are certainly going to work in their favor.
Neat looking, cocky up front, really elevated, and still boxy length of body. And again, he's greener in his build right now as far as actual flesh. But man, indicators look like that's one that you can really rely on to always be good looking and square built with the right kind of structure and a very shapely kind of a look down her top and through the hip. Looks like one, as he does go ahead and bulk, as the stuff it takes to kind of get him on into a heavyweight type of scenario because of the elevation look that he's got. Very neat kind of pig. I don't think that one's going to quit on you. Looks like one he's just going to keep going and get better each and every day of his life till he tops out at that maturity level there as a heavyweight. 31-4.
31-5 blue gilt, relentless to the extreme, good litter, and I think all very similar in terms of head and neck and stoutness of jaw, yet really pliable in their skeleton. I talked about some of them needing to soften and flesh just a bit through their forerib and mid-body. I think this gilt represents what you're going to get when they do soften and flesh, because she's the biggest ribbed, softest centered 31 at this stage of the game, and it really proportions well then. I think this blue gilt, hits me as a killer heavyweight someday. I think she's as a big, mature gilt. She could hit a wide swath of judges and do so at a very high level. Then I think if she's ever afforded the opportunity to go back into production, looks like a sow that you could breed to just a wide variety of boars and never get yourself in trouble.
What a neat looking one, man. That one's built really good. Again, almost runs uphill. Length of front, cocky kind of a jawline, a very youthful kind of a look as far as head size and head shape there. It kind of blends and fits the rest of the body over the long term, and I think it's going to be able to maintain that kind of a youthful look. Squareness of build, elevation, length of cannon bone, type of length of body to roll on into a heavyweight type to where you're not going to have to worry about whether one's going to make it and quit on you. Man, she just looks like everything is put together for the long haul. Just a really good kind of skull shape, very good kind of running gear, tall fronted, level design, level hip, really good reach and squareness off both ends. And she's starting to get that sharp-looking loin edge and that sharp-looking muscle pattern behind. Real manageable, real feedable. Just push on her and go ahead and bulk her up. That one's 31.5.
31.6 here, belted gilt. Pedigree on her would be relentless to the extreme. Her mom would be one of those three 18-litter sows we've got, and we like our relentless pigs. We've been breeding sows back to him as we get rolling again this time, and I like this gilt. First impression, she's a little greener and skinnier, but she's stout-featured, and I think she's so incredibly good built. Shoulder set and angle to her blade and cushion to her front knee, and then you study her length of hip and just bend to her rear leg. I think all that functions to a very high degree. I think as she continues to bulk and flesh up, that's a gilt that I visualize that every day you have her on feed, you're just going to like her a little bit more every time you go out there. So I think that's a one that maybe is under the radar a little bit, but I think has a bright future.
Just one of the good feeding kind. Again, no nonsense, not messed up, very, very problem-free and good-looking. And again, year in and year out, if you feed those things right, they grab you a pen pretty quick. Good-looking up front, extra good extension and jawline, femininity is excellent. That head pops right out of the top for blade the way it needs to, and then you watch your profile again. That good looking up front, and then that kind of length of body. The elevation is perfect for the balance to make everything fit and proportion the way it needs to. And then watch her square up. Again, she doesn't deviate coming at you. She leaves us exactly the same way. It is in a later maturing, greener type of fashion. And just one, if you like to pour the cold to them and just kind of roll on and not have to manipulate much, that could be the pig for you right there. This set is incredibly deep and it's big. I almost guarantee she won't be on a short lister, but she'll be one that you can sure consider as a sleeper there. That is one that if bypassed and not taken care of at sale time, could be the one to come back and bite you. That one is 31.6.
Belted pig here would be 32.1. He's a culture shock. Lead the way. Sow that would have originated from Canal there, and we really like these culture shock pigs. My only regret is that we didn't have more of them in this set. That's a good litter, but within that litter, this pig I think comes to the forefront from a male standpoint pretty quick. Very moderate in his length of body, yet he's elevated and good looking ahead of his blade. He's awesome in terms of just the texture to his hair and the shape to his body. I think that one's got a very high ceiling there as an elite kind of a show barrow.
Yeah, I mean, he's really cocky out of his front end, awesome looking kind of skull shape and a real cocky kind of a jawline. And again, he cranks his head above his spine, and I love his profile, man. That one is so good looking out of his front end, but he's still got density and squareness of rib and chest floor in him, and looks like a real feedable one. I mean, that upside on that one, on what you get accomplished with that one after you pour the coal to that one, is going to be fun. You know, the good looking up front, short box at his length of body, the right kind of bone work from the body line down to match everything we're seeing up high. Super good squareness of build going directly away. That's going to be a real attractive muscle pattern with a big athletic kind of a hind leg, and again, just a very, very fun one to feed on at that size. Suits you the best. That's 32-1.
Calico Guild here, 32-2, Culture Shock, lead the way. Mom would be a first litter gilt that originated from Canalth, and these Culture Shocks have been popular, and rightfully so. This is a good litter of pigs. This gilt is maybe the furthest reaching 32 litter. I mean, she is stout head, big arm, huge rear leg, yet everything stays square and correct. But she's one that you're going to have to pace along the way. But, man, if you bring that one along slow, she's got some big time extras.
Yeah, she's one of the more outlying pieces for sure to this particular point in the direction that she offers. She's a more a moderate kind of a hog that's really, really dense and really stout. That is a bold skull, a really heavy structured kind of a hog that's really got a lot of barrel shape to her rib, good turn of center and the right length of body, and man, she's abundant in muscle down her top, and that is a big hip working in her, and a great big kind of a hind leg that still flexes the right direction. And again, you pace that one on the slower end of it and roll her out slower. She's got a lot of hold working in her that you can get a long show wind out of that one. Already know where the end point of that thing is, but again, she'll be an easy maintain. She's not going to have a skinny day in her life. That was really a bold, stout, very outlying looking kind of an individual. 32-2.
32-4 Calico male pig here. Pedigree again is Culture Shock, lead the way, and good litter. I think there's about 5 of those pigs in the sale, 4 or 5 of them, and within that litter, this is probably the biggest scaled, biggest outlined pig in that litter, but still got the right kind of length of body. He's moderate in his length with that extra elevation. He looks like a pig if you need one that you can push a little harder and maybe make one of those earlier shows. He looks like he's got the capability to get after it and do that. Yet in the same breath, his length of body and frame size are going to allow him to be fed a little slower. So I guess what I'm getting at is just a lot of versatility with that pig, one that gives you a killer look up front.
Yeah, again, good livestock in different shapes and sizes, and the pair of calicos, truthfully, they're out here offer those 180-degree difference of feeding styles. This one here is really elevated and extended. That one's slick looking up front. You're not ever going to have to worry about him getting chunky. That one's always going to have a killer look coming out of the gate, and he cranks his head up really comfortably. And again, a tall-shouldered one that has more elevation and length of cannon bone off the ground with that right length of body. It should make an easy feed, maintain, and again, and he's going to be the type and kind man. He can accommodate a lot. Just go ahead and push that one and let everything mass up over time. Indicators are good that everything should come. Not going to be a greener one his whole life. That one there, I think, will bulk up in a very good way with the type of pedigree he's got and the indicators that he runs with. And when he hits, it'll be a heavyweight type of pig. That's where everything should be the best. That's 32-4.
32-5, this narrower belted male pig here would be a Culture Shock, lead the way. His mom would be a first litter gilt that originated from Canalth, and good litter. And man, this Culture Shock thing has absolutely been on fire, and rightfully so. A long-fronted, long hip pig that's got good depth to his center body. Looks like the kind that just doesn't get you in any trouble, yet the kind that has the extras it takes.
Yeah, again, he's not huge on pounds, but he's probably one of the bigger pigs we've looked at to this point in the preview. And again, it's always neat to see again those pigs that have got a few more pounds and they've went on a little farther, and you can kind of see some of the things we've talked about on the greener smaller, skinnier ones on the things that you project that they're going to do, and this one's doing it. This one's got that eye appeal. He's got extra good extension in front of his blade, neat looking coming out of the gate, cranks his head up very, very comfortably, and then you just watch him profile. Again, everything fits, bounces, proportions, really good as far as, again, that extra extension in front with a boxy, shorter length of body. Perfect kind of bone work down low to match everything we're looking at up high. He's got good turn to his rib. He's got body shape. And, he's got muscle, but it's not it doesn't impede anything. Everything basically sits and squares and reaches the way it's supposed to, but yet you can see that he's starting to build it. Again, just a good pig from end to end. It's a kind of good year in, year out. They'll grab you a pin really quick. That's 32.5.
33-1 comes next. Gilt here, her pedigree would be hardball wild ride. Be a first letter gilt that actually traces back to the 5-2 never before sow on the bottom side of her pedigree. And I think when we talk about hardball. A boar that sires pigs with a really distinct kind of head shape and look up front. I think you can see that in this gilt in terms of her skull shape and just her feature. She's a gilt that, maybe just doesn't wow you in any one particular area at this stage of the game. But her look, her presence, her comfort level out of her hip and hind leg, I think are all things that are going to work to her advantage long term. And again, when you've got that kind of head and neck, I think she's one that has potential to get real good down the road.
Yeah, she's just a greener pattern kind of one there right now, and man, she's her front 2/3 basically. I mean, she's really exotic and unique. I mean, that is a very, very cocky kind of look up front, and again, tall-shouldered, extended, really good down her top line as far as everything blending with the right kind of smooth sort of a look down her top. She moves very good as far as her length of stride off of both ends when she tails that stick. She squares up really good, and truthfully, she just needs time and groceries just to kind of bulk up. She's just a very good built one that looks like it'll be a solid, easy feed. Again, you're probably going to be very pleased with that one the longer that one goes because she's greener, immature, and those hogs generally get better each and every day of their life. That's 33-1.
White stocking footed gilt here, 33-3 would be a hard ball back on a wild ride. Be her gilt litter, and you're going to see several hard ball pigs within this set, and he's a boar that we plan to go back and utilize some more. He sires a really, really distinct looking head, and I think you can see that in this gilt. Yet one that's just so loose and comfortable, strong pastern, long hip kind of gilt. I think you can do a lot of different things with this gilt in terms of your feed bucket and how you manage her. She's got some extras, again, in terms of her head shape, and then, just so good built from their back. Again, I think a gilt really versatile in terms of what you can get accomplished here.
Yeah, another one of the proportions real good. Again, that distinct hardball head that Will's talking about. I mean, you can sure see that. It looks just like Daddy, and really exotic and neat and cocky looking up front. Cranks her head above her spine. Good mobility. I mean, everything fits and balances as far as her ability to reach and square up coming at you. She's got a good square chest force. She's good in her knee, good front foot. She leaves us exactly the same way, and she comes with with shape down her top, and she's got to gather herself a place or two there to go ahead and as her growth kind of continues and you kind of build on her. I think she's got a lot of the stuff to accommodate a good look, a good proportion, a good squareness of build. 33-3.
Black-headed target rumped one here, 34-1, deep litter. You're going to see several of these, and really neat pedigree. Their mainline, Glory Days, so their mom is actually Mainline's aunt. So Mainline back on his aunt. This one, again, exemplifies, I think, what you get with Mainline. That kind of head, that kind of neck, and the way it ties into their body. He's loose-spined. He's got the right kind of hip and hind leg. He needs to flesh just a little bit, but, man, that is a good built pig with some of the extras that you can't do with a feed bucket. Everything that he's lacking, we can do with a feed bucket. He does some things that a feed bucket does not bring.
Yeah, build and eye appeal. I mean, he again almost runs uphill. I mean, that one really cranks his head up, and his extension from his blade is very good. And again, he's a tall-shouldered kind of a pig that again levels out in his spine, really good. I like his reach and go and his flexibility and length of rump and his ability to reach and go behind. And it's still, he's not too skinny as far as muscle shape goes. He's starting to build a ditch down his top, and stifle shape is good, real manageable. Man, on the go, I think that one's really a neat looking one. And as he kind of gathers himself, and truthfully, I think he's got the growth curve wise. It looks like should be a good kind of a heavyweight. Not that he's too green right now. That one is very, very good fronted, opened up really good kind of shape, and real feedable that you could push right along with. That's 34-1.
34-2, the white tip tail male pig here would be a mainline, back on mainline's aunt, and really good litter, and obviously we're pumped about what mainline's been able to accomplish and what we think he can accomplish going forward. This pig is just so fundamentally correct. He's the right frame size. He's the right length of body. He patterns good and has a good set of feet and legs. Just looks like the kind that gets better every day of his life as he continues to bulk and flesh up. His balance and his build are always going to be in his favor.
Yeah, again, just one of those balanced pigs. Again, problem-free, safe. If you don't like the word way, that's a good pig. He's one he's not out of bounds any place. Good looking up front. His elevation is extremely good. With that good look, he's still got some density of center to him, some pliability of body, and turn to the center portion of his rib, and good top hog. It's a square-hipped kind of an individual that reaches really good off of both ends. A neat kind of a color pattern and splashes in the right places. A very good kind of a pig, again, that just doesn't get you off in the weeds or out into the ditch any place, because he's one that's going to stay balanced and good in an eye appeal. And those grab pins real quick. 34-2.
34-3, the belted one here. Mainline back on his aunt. Good litter. This -3 within that litter is probably the most moderate and most advanced in terms of his shape and muscle at this stage of the game. And honestly, he's a pig that, regardless how big he is in terms of pounds right now, he needs to be fed slower. He needs to go to a later show. And I think what his mates look like, if you get this one in a pen by himself and just lower his protein, everything's square and still proportional. This pig just needs slowed down from a muscle perspective. I think, again, a week of 10 days, hand feeding this one some 685 and get him mellowed just a shade, and you can be real happy with what you've got.
Again, we always talk about the quality of livestock, and just people have different feeding styles. And if you like to slow roll them with less protein, and you have a later show that instead of an early one, that's the type and kind you could probably be very, very happy with. Again, stoutness of skull, really a barrel-shaped rib, very heavy structured, very dense featured. I mean, again, that is a broad forehead, a big a turn to a big pliable body, and a lot of rib cage. He's a big hind-ended hog. He's a big topped hog, and he's got quite a bit of bone. He's more moderate on his elevation. So, again, if you have a later show, and, again, you have that time to go ahead and slow roll those and bring him back to square one and go again, a pig you can be happy with. That's 34-3.
Uh, 34-4 would be the wider belted gilt here, and neat pedigree, neat pig. She's a mainline, back on mainline's aunt, and we've seen several of these 34s, and this one of that particular litter has that same kind of look and presence to the front 1/3 of her body. Yet I think you could make the argument that she's as big about her cage and the center portion of her body as any of them. Still stays square and true and correct as she goes directly away from you. She does have a pretty sizable extra dew claw there on her left front that you're going to have to get a vet to take off, but don't let that deter you. I think that's a quality gilt that's got a really, really neat kind of a pedigree.
Yeah, this one's one of the bigger hogs in the sale on pounds that we've looked at, and she's ready. Other than getting that dew claw tended to, she's ready to roll in the ring. And that is a good-looking one up front. It's really looks like a lady. And stoutness of skull with that. She's not a sissy-headed one. She's feminine, but yet bold, and the perfect place to be. Bones are really good. They match everything we're looking at up high. Big set of bones and feet on that one with the correct angles. Good set to angle out of the shoulder, knee, and front foot set. I like the flexibility of hind leg in that one, and again, abundance of muscle in the right kind. I mean, that's just a feedable one that's got lots of upside that you're really going to enjoy what you get out of that one. That's a neat pig. Looks like a dual-purpose one. Looks like a ready one, ready to take out to show. 34-4.
34-6, the gilt here with the black front leg. Really neat gilt and killer pedigree. She's a mainline back on mainline's aunt, and I mean, if that doesn't grab your attention from a pedigree standpoint, I don't know what would. And then I think the pig matches the pedigree. Big arm, round body, long hip, right kind of hind leg, dark pigmented, really hairy. Show her early often, and then this could be one of those that if you're looking for a sow or looking for something that could have some return on investment, again, that mainline thing has been as popular as maybe any boar that we've raised, at least in his short time so far. And the pigs have been good. They've won, and again, they're the story. Mainline back on mainline's aunt. She does have a small extra dew claw there, it looks like, but it's tiny. Actually has on both sides. She has matching ones, so be no big deal to get those taken care of. I think that's a real nice gilt.
Yeah, don't let that deter you on a good quality individual. Those are just little tags that should be taken care of very easily. Very good pig, man. I mean, she's visually a short lister for sure. I mean, she's just a really nice hog as far as, again, skull shape, length of front, profile, design, squareness of build. Again, I know it's repetitious, but man, these things are built good. Angle set to shoulder, knee, front foot, set off a hind leg. Aesthetics of hair, heaviness of structure. She's got enough shape to go ahead. We're still not the first of. We're still in January. I mean, we've got jackpot season coming in April, so it's a while before you get one ready. But she's real close to being ready right now to being able to roll out. Like that one quite a bit. Upside on sow product or sow possibilities, generating abilities. Really has a neat kind of a look there with a great pedigree. 34-6.
34-7, kind of neat marked male pig comes next, and what a deep quality litter. All give you a really good look in terms of just head and neck carriage, and yet this is one of the bigger rib, bigger bodied ones. Still has a really good kind of a hip and hind leg. Just looks like a problem-free show barrel with extras. Again, I left out pedigree there when I started talking this one. He is a mainline, back on mainline's aunt.
Yeah, again, just looks like one of those feedable ones that again are you're going to continually mass that one up, but always maintain look. That one has a really good stout kind of a skull, really good kind of a jawline, and then look at his build and profile, tall-shouldered, cracks his head above his spine. Everything blends and fits in his top line with levelness of hip the way it needs to. And then to look at the hog, I mean, that kind of stoutness of center and pliability of body that he's got. He's got a bold kind of a muscle pattern in his hip, but real manageable, and still nothing. That extra stoutness that you're seeing to build behind doesn't impede any movement. He stays square in between the lines where he needs to. Nothing deviates any place. Problem-free individuals with lots of upside for extra extremities without any of the issues to deal with as far as overall structure. Should be a fun one to feed on. That's another one that's sizable, more sizable on pounds here for the group. He's 34-7.
34-8 comes next, and again, 34s from a pedigree standpoint. Mainline glory days. Their mom would actually be mainline's aunt, so kind of a line-bred pedigree there. And of the 34s, this Dash 8 has that same look and presence about his front end, yet he comes with just a little denser kind of look in terms of his muscle, in terms of his feature than what some of the mates do. That's a good litter, but I think this one rivals or comes to the short list of that litter in terms of my favorites. Good litter, and again, neat pedigree.
Yeah, he's another one that's one of those combination hogs. A few more pounds to work with than what we've got, and some of them figure out what you want to do there. But I like that one's, again, that skull and that length of front that one's got. That's an awesome kind of a bridge to the forehead to come right out of the gate. It's very square and intact. In its elbow and knee and squareness coming at you. He packs a little more punch behind than some of them that we've seen at this size. I mean, he's really got a bold kind of a top and really good kind of a stifle. I think it's just a real feedable, real manageable kind of a deal to go ahead and push on. That's just a good pig year in and year out that, again, has an awesome look, awesome type of build. Proportions good from the side and still packs a lot of punch as far as muscle shape goes. That's 34.8.
3410 here, belted male pig, really intriguing pig and neat pedigree. He's a mainline Glory Days, so his mom would be mainline's aunt, so a line bred pedigree there, and wild looking with an awesome head, and then a length of hip and length of rump and tail set are all incredibly good. This one just, he's a little greener in terms of flesh and just chub at this stage of the game. But his build, his bounce, and his look are all next level.
Yeah, getting him just looks like you need to take him home and feed him. That one there is proportioned really good. I like his skull shape, length of front, short and boxy, his length of body, just perfect barrel proportions. Squares up really good in his chest once again. Again, I know it's going to be repetitious, but that's the way these things are built. Again, the proportions, the way everything fits and balances with a lot of stoutness of feature, is a lot of upside feedability. Just go ahead and kind of push on one like that and let everything expand and build as you go, because he's always going to maintain that extra good look out of his front end. Perfect length of body to tie it all together from end to end to make a real solid, easy feed. That's 34-10.
Belted gilt here, 34-11. Pedigree on her is mainline Glory Days, so her mom would actually be mainline's aunt. We saw several of these 34s, and this one I think has the same kind of look and presence as her mates, but I think you could make the argument this could be the stoutest ended one, biggest boned one potentially. Her rear leg is big, yet it's square and comfortable. Some of those 34s are a little greener. I think you could say that this one, she's ready. You could show her tomorrow, yet her build and flexibility are going to allow her to be relevant there for the long haul.
Yeah, that's a stout featured one there. That one has outlying pieces, but still not messed up. Again, she's kind of moderate in her build, real boxing, her length of body, a lot of turn of center rib and body shape in that boxier, shorter, barrel length of body. Bold kind of a skull, but a good look. Heavy boned, extra aesthetics of hair, and she packs a punch down her top and blends really good there, and has a big, bold kind of a muscle pattern behind. But man, that is a big square hind leg, and nothing deviates any place. She doesn't paddle outside or roll or bow or anything. It's there's a lot of hog there, but again, managed correctly. That one's going to be a real fun one. That again looks like one of those that the next generation could be one that could crank a boar for you if you want to stick her back in a sow herd or return on investment to sell her this fall. That's 34-11.
35-4 belted gilt here, sired by Acting Up, a boar, happy hour son that we sold Platt out of this same sale a year ago, and then back on a sow that we got from our good buddy Schwecky there and in Minnesota, and actually the sow that raised that pig that won New Mexico 2 summers ago, and honestly we had trouble getting her bred after that, but when we did, I really like what we got in this gilt here. If you want to win a jackpot show first weekend out, she might not be for you, but man, I think her build, her balance, her proportions, all those things, when it comes time to rock and roll in the end, this looks like one that can be a really good big one someday.
Yeah, neat, slick-looking one that's very ladle-like in front of her blade. I like her skull shape and jawline. Again, really good kind of elevation, again, combined with the right length of body. Levelness of design is extremely good. Squareness of build is extremely good. I mean, nothing that deviates any place there. She's really good in squaring her knees. She's good in squaring her hock with a clean kind of a joint. Again, just looks like one that you can go ahead and just bulk that one and mass her up and kind of go ahead and fluff her up and get a little more density to her. She's got the actual eye appeal and build that you want to try to shoot for anyway. You just need to expound upon that and just kind of build her as you go. 35-4.
Did they? Solid black barrel prospect comes next, and good litter here. They are his ear notch is 36-1. They are mainline pace car king. After that, Sal would have originated from Moyer, and what mainline's been able to accomplish in his first crop and what this second crop looks like. We're going back and breeding sows to him for the third season in a row. These 36s are good. One of the highlight litters of the offering, and this pig in particular, just so good looking ahead of his blade, like all those 36s. Yet he's bold about his chest, and then I think kind of what sets them apart is just. For pigs that have those extreme pieces, they function good off of both ends of their skeleton. They reach and go with the right kind of comfort level. He is within the 36s. He's a shade longer bodied, but I think that's going to allow him to get to heavyweight status someday and do it at a high degree. I think that's a very interesting kind of a show barrow prospect.
Yeah, he's another one that one of those combination hogs that has a lot of density of feature, but yet a lot of extension. That is a long-fronted kind of a pig. Tip nose back to his rib cage is a lot. His extension and look and eye appeal and his ability to crank above his head above his spine is very good. Heavy structured again. Another one that angles extremely good and reaches extremely good off of both ends. He's got good pliability and turn of rib cage and pliability of center. Got a big hip working in him. Starting to build some advancement muscle down his top and some stifled shape and lower hip working in him with an athletic kind of a hind leg. Again, he's a half rib longer body, probably a little more moderate on height, so I think a heavyweight type of deal when he finishes up is probably going to be your best scenario to make him look his very best. 36-1.
36-4, Little Gilt comes next here. Mainline pace car. Mom would have originated from Moyers and got to be one of the highlight litters of the set. And I'll tell you, and I always say this and people kind of chuckle, I wish everybody could leave with what they wanted. The pig that was at the top of their list, and that obviously that's not possible. Some of the litter mate sisters to this one will be at the top of a lot of people's lists. Don't overlook this one. Same kind of look, same kind of head shape. Maybe just not as advanced or as ready as what her sisters are, but you certainly can see the resemblance to those mate sisters, and I think it's all there. This one just needs a little bit more time yet, and when it comes together, you could be, although you'd be disappointed at first, I think you could eventually be real happy because I think that one's got a lot of upside.
Yeah, first word I put down on her was sleeper. I love the mate sisters, and you're going to gravitate to several of those. But again, as Will said, don't bypass it. This will be one of those that you scratch your head and wonder where it came from. When you start seeing these hogs prop up and get showed there this summer, that's one of those that you'll forget about pretty easy because she doesn't have the extra outlying stuff. But that's a good pig. Neat, slick looking up front, very ladylike in front of her blade, very tall fronted, real boxy in her length of side. She's real good as far as the levelness of design. Everything blends and fits in her top line. Her reach and go and her flex is very good. She's just in a greener pattern that, again, a little smaller on pounds. Just kind of go ahead and push on her, build her as you go. That one there's 36-4.
36-5 comes next, and good litter. She's a mainline pace car, the king. Sal would actually originated from Moyers, and we actually acquired that sow from a good friend of ours, Bob Foster, had bought her as a little pig, and we got that that gilt from Bob, and this would be her gilt litter. She's going to do a good job. This thing is wild looking. Really, really loose build off of both ends of her skeleton. Her shoulder set and angle and just comfort level out back is unmatched. This one's got parts and pieces it takes to win a real big show. And then, man, with the depth of that particular litter, I'd be excited to breed that one. And if you didn't want to breed her and she was for sale when you're done showing her, call me, because we don't keep any gilts this time of year. You get the chance to buy the very, very best ones, and this one hits me pretty good.
Yeah, I did a double take when I saw that one come across the ring there when she hit here. Man, she's neat. Again, one of those that, she's eye appealing, she's memorable, whatever terms you want to use. That one's just good. She comes in, and again, whether you like them stout or good looking, she's got both. And that stoutness of skull and jawline and length of neck, and the way she looks in her crest is really good. And then just watch her profile, man. She's as tall as her shoulder she is her hip. She levels in her spine but holds together her top line right with the boxy length of the body. Man, that is a beautiful muscle pattern going directly away. Big tail root, big hind leg, extra aesthetics of hair. Short lister for sure. I have no idea what's coming, but this one will be somewhere toward the top. This one's 36.5.
36.6 mainline pace car. First, her mom would be a first litter gilt that originated from Moyers, and man, we're pumped to work with her going forward, because this 36 litter, again, I talked about another litter. If we were just to give a premier litter award away, you definitely have to consider these 36s. And this gilt within that litter has that same kind of look and just extension ahead of her blade. Yet I think you could make the argument that she's the biggest ribbed, just bulkiest one in terms of the center portion of her body. Still really correct in terms of just hip and hind leg. Really kind of distinct color pattern and marking to her. That's one that if there was a jackpot show tomorrow, we could load up and go and feel good about our chances. Yet I think that one's long-term show window, and then just value is off the charts good.
Again, from an extremely deep litter of high-quality individuals, and she hits me as one of the densest featured ones of that group. Some of them are neater looking, and some of them are bulkier. She's, to me, got just a shot more bulk to her. Real heavy structured. Again, a real stout kind of a skull, but it still looks like a lady. She's got good turn of her rib. I like her body shape, and she's got a little more advancement of muscle down her top and a little bolder stifle. Yet it's all going to come in all those. She's just got there just a shade quicker, maybe just a pound or two heavier. But man, what a neat pig! Distinctive color pattern. That looks like a generator. She's going to be bold and stout. I think throughout her show career, man, watch out. Sow time could be a very interesting prospect there. 36.6.
36.7 next, and man, what a good litter. Mainline's back on a pace car sow that actually originated from Moyers, and I think these 36s exemplify why mainline has been so popular. That kind of head shape, that kind of length of neck, and then to pack that kind of punch in terms of just body shape and dimension. A gilt that's incredibly long-hipped and comfortable out of a rear leg. Maybe doesn't want to cooperate here for the video, but that's a gilt that's got some very hard-to-do things combined into one package, and does it just with a next-level look.
Yeah, another one. I mean, neat splash of color pattern and a good pig, man. That one's again that litter is consistent. I mean, at a very high level, really good generating kind of look out of her skull. Looks like a lady, but really stout and unique. Again, watch her build from the profile. Again, she's tall-shouldered, real boxy in her length of body, and square in her build. And that's a big set of bones, aesthetics of hair. Looks like a generator from that aspect. I mean, again, don't forget about return on investment or what you can do. Build your own program there with your own Hilty sow. That one there is one that definitely needs to be a short lister. Very, very good litter. A lot of consistency within that. That's 36.7.
36-8 comes next. Saw a black pig here, and got to be one of the highlight litters of the set. Their mainline pace car sow that actually would have originated from Moyer that we acquired from our good buddy there, Bob Foster, and good litter. Color aside, if you don't like the color, that's fine. This is a really, really good pig. Wild looking up front. I think where he's so impressive is to be that tall shouldered, yet have that kind of angulation and just slope to his shoulder blade and cushion to his front knee, and then you study the length to his hip and levelness to his rump, yet can reach and plant and go out of his hip and hind leg. He's not the bulkiest in terms of just his muscle and shape at this stage of the game, but his look, his bones, his presence, his build, I think all those things are next level. Looks like the kind that can get there and be a heavyweight, and I think you could be really happy when you get to your end point with this one.
Yeah, I like that pig quite a bit. Again, if he had just a little splash of white on his foot, everybody'd look at him. You got
Absolutely.
Some people just will not look at a black pig, and it still makes me scratch my head because that's a good pig. I don't care what color he is, man. That one is his comfort level, his structure, and just the way everything angles, fits, blends. I mean, just floats across the surface. And man, his skull shape looks like a generator of a boar. It looks like a stout barra. He cranks it above his spine really comfortably. He's as tall as his shoulders he is his hip. Love those angles and the way everything reaches and goes all in the right direction. And it is a big set of bones, pound for pound. Again, another extremely heavy structured pig. And then just watch him go, man. He's so impressive as far as his squareness coming at you. He leaves us exactly the same way. He may be all black. He's still the type and kind that can be a generating kind of a boar prospect also that would take a killer picture. I know of a couple pretty good black ones right now out there that everybody's mouth's watering and looking at, and he looks like that kind. It could be one of those also. That's 36-8.
37-1 chromed up gilt here would be Now You Know, No Stranger. Now You Know would be the calico boar that we sold Laird's a year ago. He'd have been a litter mate to the high-selling pig in our March sale last year. He was actually hurt there around sale time, and he got better, and those guys didn't hesitate to gather him up. We didn't have a whole lot of those litters, but I sure like what we see in this litter in particular. Extra stout. Awesome kind of a head shape, right kind of a proportions, and that sow has done a good job. So I think from a breeding gilt standpoint or generating standpoint, this gilt's just got that different look about her.
Yeah, really neat one. Off-belt gilt with a neat kind of a splash of color pattern. She's really stout and really dense in her features. She has that kind of skull shape like a lot of the best, quite frankly, deal. Has that generator look out of their front end. Man, she carries that stoutness of skull on back through her body cavity. I mean, really bold kind of rib and turn to her center rib cage. Big forearm kind of hog. Again, stays, I think, very square and intact. Coming at us good in her elbow. She's square on her feet coming at us with a big set of bones and a big set of paws and good pasterns. And, again, she's real boxy in her build and stout in her build. Very bold down her top and a good square hip kind of a hog. It's going to be really feedable, really manageable to kind of do a push and pull as you kind of need to. I think she's got some hold in her to hold back and do some different things there. And she looks like one that could fit a dual-purpose type of scenario if you choose to feed her that direction. 37-1.
37-2 comes next. Now You Know, back on a No Stranger. So Now You Know, the Calico Wide Awake son that Laird's got from us there last spring, and back on an old No Stranger sow that's been around for a minute, but certainly has earned her keep. And this gilt, just like all those 37s, extra stout, extra boxy, reads like one that, could be shown early and often, and then yet with that pedigree and how good that sow's been, she's got that look of one that has potential to go on and generate if given that opportunity.
Yeah, again, just looks like a really good kind of a feeder. Again, with a killer kind of a pedigree backing that one up there too. And again, just a really good skull shape, really good kind of jawline working in that one. I like the proportions, the way everything just kind of fits and balances and squares up extremely good. She's got an abundance of muscle. You look at her, she's greener fronted, but she's got some advancement of stifle going directly away, but still real manageable. Still motors real free and easy, and does it in the right kind of proportions. Neat kind of a prospect there that again should have a lot of upside even as a breeding female. And man, the aesthetics of hair, I mean, it's dripping. 37-2.
This off-belted male pig here would be 37-3. Pedigree would be no stranger, and this is a pig that Grant and I both found not long after we dropped him in the chip barn because from a barrel perspective, man, so stout-headed and near perfect frame size and length of body, and then just extra hair and feature everywhere. His mom's been around for a minute, and she sure earned her keep. She seems to generate the kind that just continue to feed and get better. I think this pig reads as that kind. Again, his extra stoutness a feature, and then just looks like one that when it's time to feed muscle, his skeleton's going to be able to take whatever you need to throw at him.
Yeah, again, smart one on pounds, and man, he's proportioned good. That one is green, immature, but stout featured. Really bold, stout skull, but still off away from his body, and has some length of neck to offer there. With that, real heavy boned. Pound for pound, one of the real heavy structure we looked at. We've looked at a lot of bones so far, but that is a big set of bones and really good angle and set and reach and comfort level. He's not showing off much for us there now, but when that one gets out there and goes ahead and goes, I love the way he reaches off of both ends, particularly his hind leg waist, takes his hock behind his tail head. He squares up really good coming at us, and he's greener pattern in his muscle, which he kind of needs to be at the pounds that he is right now. And that one there, man, when you start pushing on that one, he's going to be a lot of fun. Not very big on pounds, kind of figure out where you want to be there on that, but that's 37-3.
38-1 comes next. This real stout featured male pig. His pedigree is hotbed glory days. His mom would be a first letter gilt that actually came from JD there in Oklahoma, and man, she left us with a nice litter of pigs. And hotbed is a boar that we're going to go ahead and use again and based mainly on this litter because man, this litter they've got extras. They've got bone, they've got feature, they've got stoutness. Yet they've got a really good look to them. And, the previous pig that I talked about coming through here, I talked about being one that could be fed hard and fast. I think this is the opposite end of the spectrum. If you like to feed them lots of pig feed and push on them, this one might not be for you. But if you'll manage this thing and bring him along slow, man, he's got some out there pieces that it takes to win a big show. Just going to have to get the right management program to get him right.
Yeah, another one that, he grabs your attention pretty quick when he hits the ring. That's a dense featured, good-looking one. Again, a great combination. I love his skull and his jawline. He's really dense through his rib cage and his body shape, and that's real muscle, man. That one's got a big square ditch running down his top and a really bold kind of a hip, and that's a big hind leg. And the color accentuates that even more, and you can really see how big those bones are and how big those paws are. And he does it in I think, a real correct kind of fashion. Again, he's not for the faint of heart. He's one that's got a lot of good stuff. And again, regardless of what style you like to feed, just feed him accordingly, the right direction, and take Will's advice on that and slow that one up a hair. And then that one could be a real big timer. That one there is 38-1.
Uh, 38-2, louder marked male pig here would be a hotbed glory days. His mom would be a first litter gilt that actually originated from JD there in Oklahoma, and we like what we see out of this hotbed litter. Extra big boned, yet they're hogs that have some width and capacity to them, and still got the right kind of bend and flex to his rear leg there. This pig's off to a good start just from a size perspective, but one that I think looks like he can continue to get after it, yet in the same breath, if you need to slow him down a shade, I think he can hang around for a while too.
Yeah, really neat bear. He's one of the pretty good size ones we've viewed. If you need something that are just a little bigger than some of these others in the preview, again, that one looks like that one of those really good combination bears. Again, neat, very neat looking with extension and the right kind of crest and neckline up front, and then bulk and density behind it. He opens up with really good kind of rib shape, big old barrel shaped rib. He's got a lot of pliability of center. Perfect length of body. I mean, again, those are going to be easy to maintain and manage because he does have the ability to feed, but I think still has the ability to hold and yank back on to go longer if you need to. And that's a good place to be, to have that kind of look and that kind of density of build so you can do so much. And then, man, I mean, look at the heaviness of structure, the flexibility, the angles, the way everything sets. I love his hind leg. When he plants that hind foot there and reaches that hock back, that's impressive. I don't care who you are. That's a good hind leg generally wins the hog show. It's the difference between winning and being third in class. So get those ones that can get out there and roll and do something and feed. That's a very good pig right there, 38-2.
38-3, solid black barrel comes next. Hotbed Glory Days. Mom would be a first litter gilt that originated from JD, and we like what we see with these hotbed pigs. Just had the one litter of them in this particular set, and this solid black one just hits me as an elevated pig that's still proportional in terms of frame size and length of body. He hits me as a pig that's got real muscle and shape, and again, he's a notch bigger outline kind of pig, and looks like one if you need to push and make one of those earlier shows. He's got the capability to do that. Yet his moderation in terms of his frame size. If you need the opposite end of the spectrum and need to woe him back a little bit, I think everything will still stay fit together there. So I think a lot of versatility with this pig, but a lot of good that goes with him.
Yeah, he's kind of the definition of goof proof to me. Just one of those good pigs. Again, and first timer, long timer, whatever. You can come out not just having a nice pig, but one that can compete. Because he's not messed up and he's got extras. Again, skull shape, length of front, cranks his head above his spine, almost runs uphill. And again, angle, flexibility, and the way everything sets. Laid back, look at the shoulder blade moving that hog. The way he's laid back, shoulder to knee and front foot, big set of bones, a strong set of paws coming at you, and he squares up exactly where it needs to. Doesn't get outside or doesn't deviate inside. He squares up good in his skeleton behind with a really good reach and extra good flexibility of structure and go. And he's got the ability, because of those correct extras that he's got, to just kind of push on him and roll on. And after you bulk him up, like Will said, if you need to yank back a little bit, I think he's probably got the ability to do that too, because, again, he just squares up so good with those stout indicators. Neat pig there, 38-3.
38-4 chromed up gilt here. Hotbed Glory Days. Mom's first litter gilt from JD. And, good litter, but I think within that litter, she comes to the forefront and does so pretty quick. She's got the same kind of bone and feature and extra shag that her mates do, and then has just an awesome look and presence about her front end. I think what separates her from her mates at this stage of the game is she's just a little more ready in terms of her flesh and her body condition. Maybe just a rib shorter body to give you that just kind of wow factor in terms of proportions. That one, I think, reads to me as one that's got a very, very high ceiling. Looks like the kind that could win a real big show someday.
Like her quite a bit. She's really a neat pig. It has, again, looks like a lady. Really good. That's a long fronted hog that has extra extension of neck and length of front, but still very stout in its skull with the right kind of look up front for having that extra stoutness and femininity at the same time. Not always the easiest thing to do. And then watch her from the side. Man, she's got a killer profile. She's got the aesthetics of hair. She's got a killer kind of a color pattern. I know she may just look like a belted hog on screen, but that is a really defining kind of a color pattern that you can really can kind of go back and see that ring presence and kind of that cocky kind of a look. Really neat, really dead square coming at you. Good chest floor, good knee, good front foot, the right kind of bone to match everything we're seeing up high. Length of front, boxy length of body, reach and go off of both ends with the right kind of squareness. And she's starting to build things, I think, at the absolute right, spot-on pace. We'll see how these things land on a short list when we get to the end of them and where to go, but she's going to be someplace on that upper end for sure. That's 38-4.
39.5, gilt with a white hind leg here would be an Angry Orchard. Snap that. Mom would be a first litter gilt that we really like in terms of just being balanced and good built. And honestly, this gilt reminds me a lot of her. She's got an awesome look, a really good hip and hind leg, and one that, if you like to feed them hard and fast or get pretty aggressive with the feed bucket in the end, this one looks like the kind that can handle whatever you throw at her, just because she's so proportional yet so loose build off of both ends of her skeleton.
Yeah, it looks like one's always going to maintain a really good kind of look and not run out of gas on frame size for you. I mean, her elevation really good, and the type of length of body she's got probably makes everything balance and fit together a little better. Neat looking up front, cocky built kind of a hog that still squares up extremely good. Just looks like a solid feeder. And again, it's because she kind of goes through her different stages of growth, comes together in a very, very good kind of a way. It should get better each day. That's 39.5.
40-2 belted gilt here. Pedigree would be Sleep Tight at Genetic Edge, back on a drip sow that originated from Cobb, and she did a nice job there in her first litter. And this gilt, first thing that hits me is one that would make an awesome kind of a market gilt. Good look, incredible kind of shape and muscularity. Still stays square in terms of just a hip and hind leg. To be up front, though, if your show is in June or July, your end point, you probably need to look a different direction. She's one that's going to need to be paced and brought along a little slower, but a low protein, kind of low and slow game plan there with that one. And I think if you give her the time and are patient with her, she's got the parts and pieces again to make it into a late summer, early fall kind of an end point there.
Yeah, she's considerably lighter on pounds, obviously, than the pair we've got out here, and the fact she does need to be rolled a little slower on less protein. Again, as Will was talking, again, regardless of the kind that you use, just feed them correctly. And this one does need to be fed slower. She's got an abundance of muscle. Very manageable. Just start early and don't just wait till the end and decide you want to do everything. Just hand feed her the right stuff throughout her growth period. She's got an awesome look out of her front end. That's a long-fronted hog that's got a great kind of a skull, very proportionate kind of bones with the right kind of design and build for the profile. And again, she's really advanced in her muscle behind, and just kind of maintain her over the period of time with a little slower roll, and you'll be very happy with that one. That one there is 40-2.
40-6, blue-eyed one here would be sired by Sleep Tight there at Genetic Edge, back on a sow that would have originated from the Cobb firm. She was a drip, and she's an impressive individual, mega stout, and then I think we got things lined up there just about right because Sleep Tight, I think, clicked well on her. That's a barrel that's got a really stout skull. He's got a big forearm. He's got real muscle. He needs to blend just in his top line there to shade yet, but we've talked about that several times today. That won't be an issue. That'll fill in, and he'll have a big back and a big rib cage. I think that's one that has some hard-to-do things, and I think a pig that has a high ceiling there in the light cross division.
Yeah, real stout and dense featured kind of an individual. That is a very bold skull and a wide chest. He's got an abundance of muscle. That's a big square top, and he's really got some punch. He's packing there in his hip. Very big stifled kind of hog, but still very much manageable. I mean, that's a big, stout kind of a hind leg. It's athletic. Again, just pace him. Again, whether you like him green and immature or stout and bold, just feed him accordingly. And this one here can be, middle paced and slow rolled there, and it's where he's going to probably optimize and be the best he can be. Hog that, again, for the amount of stuff that he's got, again, I think rolls very good off of both ends, takes a nice kind of a stride, squares up good in a very safe kind of a fashion. That one is 40-6.
41-1 comes next. Again, these 41s would be out of one of Grant Sal's. Their main line, Next Intention, Kingpin. 41-1 of the 41s maybe hits me most like the breeding gilt looking one. Maybe just not as advanced maybe in muscle as what some of the other 41s are. But, man, soft-centered, sweet-looking up front, and really, really good hip and hind leg. And I'm telling you, if you're sow shopping, some of our best sow families are on both sides of this pedigree.
Yeah, again, that one looks like a generator coming at you. Neat looking, looks like a lady. Really looks like a feminine feminine kind of a sow that should get the job done. Get that kind of a look up front with stoutness, with stoutness, and then you get that boxy length of body. Man, she's really pliable in her rib and really pliable in her center body shape. But yet she's real shapely and crisp along her loin edge, very square in her hip. She's not as wide stifled as a couple of the mates there. And again, looks like one you could just really feed on. And I mean, yeah, remember the return on investment on these things too. We always bring that up to just to show them. But you don't just have to dump these things. This is a good breeding program. That again, these things when they get good and they run toward the backdrop, they are for sale, and you can make some money back out of this thing in a big time way. That one is 41-1.
41-2 comes next, and this would be out of one of Grant Sal's. The 41s would be mainline, Next Intention, and then after that, Kingpin, Red Alert. So really neat pedigree on the bottom side, really top and bottom, ties together some of our best sow families. And this gilt, honestly, we've been so busy with the new facility that maybe we haven't spent as much time around the pigs or paid as much attention to them up until this point. She hits me really good when she comes out here. Awesome kind of head and big-chested, yet a gilt that's got really good center body to her and good hip and hind leg. Just looks like the right kind. It doesn't matter what your goals are. In terms of market gilt, breeding gilt, sow prospect, there's a lot of versatility there.
Yeah, again, that one, some of those you just talk about being timeless in their build. She looks like one, year in and year out that's going to grab you a pin really quick. Because again, if you like them stout or you like them neat looking, this one has the blend of both. Really good skull shape, and it looks like a generator from her forehead to end of her nose there. Very, very bold and stout in her feature. But yet she's very neat and slick in her jawline and very feminine in her look. And she's ready. I mean, that one is bona fide ready. Little dab of shine and ready to go in the ring tomorrow, if not today. She's really shapely down her top and comes with muscle the right way down her top and doesn't pop too quick to where it messes up the blend down her top line. Very good from that aspect. Good in her ham loin. Man, she's really advanced in her muscle, and it's right. She looks like a dual-purpose one right out of the gate that could win a market gilt show pretty early and pretty often, and then just go ahead and feed her accordingly and take her on into those bigger ones. I think she's got everything to accommodate that, and again, not much guesswork in that one right there. It's all pretty much in front of us. That's 41-2.
41-3 Calico here, mainline, Next Intention, Kingpin, be out of Grant's litter, and I think you could make the case that maybe this is the highlight male pig in that litter, or gets toward the top. He's got the same look and build and presence as the others. Maybe does it in just a notch, a stouter featured kind of package.
Yeah, denseness of features, how he hits me. Again, very good length of front and skull shape. but still a lot of denseness and stoutness of skull, and again, a lot of turn of rib cage. That one's got a big barrel shape to the center portion of his rib, and a lot of pliability of center body and the right length of the body. Back off and watching profile, again, that stoutness of skull with the great combined with a great big forearm and a big set of bones and paws really impresses you coming out of that front third. As you watch him profile, again, with the pliability he has the center, looks like he's one that's going to have some grow in him to be able to go ahead and convert things and continue to mass up. He's got a lot to him. There's a lot of bulk to him with a lot of real shape and real muscle volume, but sure looks real manageable. Just kind of pace him accordingly. He looks like he's got a lot of upside feedability, but even more importantly, the kind that you can hold on to and take over a longer period of time and stretch your show window out even more. Middle of the road on frame size, but again, proportionally very good with a lot of stoutness from end to end. That's 41.3.
Wider belted one here would be 41.4. This would be out of Grant's got a couple sows. This would be out of one of his sows. These 41s are mainline, next intention, kingpin, red alert. So tie some really good sow families together on both sides of the pedigree. And these 41s, skull shape and just chest width and muscularity, yet still so correct in terms of angles and builds. That wider belted gilt falls into one of those dual-purpose market gilt, breeding gilt, whatever you want to do. Absolutely killer noggin on that one.
Yeah, another one, and kind of like I believe it was the mate there a little bit ago. She's ready. I mean, she's ready today. That one's neat looking up front and awesome shape. That one's got a lot of turn of rib cage and body shape, and then she's got a sharp kind of a look, a really neat kind of a loin edge and good ditch running down her top. Big stifle working in her, but still real manageable. Again, fits within herself very good, and still takes that right length of stride. Nothing's uncomfortable in her any place, but yet a lot of stuff to look at. That's a very neat kind of a pig. It's kind of hard to deny as far as looking at that one when she hits the ring. Very neat one that's got a lot of stoutness to her. That's 41.4.
Belted gilt here, 41.6. Again, 41s would be one of Grant's sows, and good litter, but honestly, I think this could maybe be my favorite gilt in that litter, and I think Grant would tell you the same. Their pedigree is mainline, next intention, kingpin, and again, good litter. You're going to see some versatility or some a wide variety of color markings within that litter. But of the belted ones, man, this one's got that stout head, yet round-bodied, and just killer hip and hind leg. Looks like one that you could show early, often, and then with the sow story behind her, looks like the kind that could make a really good sow too when it comes time.
Man, a really neat litter here that offers a lot of quality. They're not all exactly the same. I mean, kind of aren't. I mean, they've all got shape, and they're kind of ready and good looking. This one is probably the pound's lightest one of the group, and it's real easy to be talking her as the favorite one. That's a good litter. I mean, you kind of study those, sale time, which ones you like. But she's pounds lighter. I call her really unique. I mean, that one there's front end is really cocky and unique, and extremely good extension out in front of her blade. Length of front's real good, and a very, very neat kind of a jaw line. And again, good turn and a squareness of rib cage and chest floor working into the right length of body. We don't talk about underlines on crosses at all. It's almost become immaterial, but they still got to raise pigs. And she's got a killer kind of an underline. She's very good as far as a profile design, reach, flex, angle. Everything sets the way it needs to be a really solid feeder. A lot of upside on what that one might generate as a sow. 41.6.
41.7, another one out of Grant, one of Grant's litters, sows there. Mainline, next intention, kingpin, and good litter of really feedable pigs that offer some extras in terms of width and early muscle, yet stay good in terms of just their balance and build. I think within that deep, consistent litter, this gilt might be one of my personal favorites. I think Grant would agree that she's maybe got just a little more to her in terms of feature compared to some of those others. And I think a gilt that offers a big show window. Looks like you could go show her tomorrow and stretch her into late summer without any trouble, and looks like you could get along pretty well.
Yeah, again, a little smaller one on pounds here with real stoutness of feature and squareness of build. Good skull shape and boldness coming at you. Again, another one that stays very true and square in her chest floor. Heavy structured kind of a hog. Again, it's up on her toes and with strong pasterns, and then watch her proportion. She takes that density of skull and back into a bold kind of a rib cage and good kind of squareness of center body, but they're the right length of body. Again, not too long for her own good. Everything fits and balances the way it needs to. And she's square down her top and square in her hip. And again, just looks like a good, solid, easy feed. Very unique kind of a color pattern with that black splash on the ear. Neat kind of a pig there. 41.7.
41.8 next here, calico colored, orange colored, whatever you want to call him. His pedigree would be mainline, next intention, kingpin. That sow would be one that Grant owns, and we saw the belted mates, and then there's about 4 of these orange-colored ones. But man, they're good pigs. They're not messed up anywhere. They're proportional. They're athletic. It just looks like a really, really solid, good feeding pig that makes some young person that has an orange belted one on his wish list really, really happy.
I know a few families like that they prefer these kind and this color, and that's a good pig underneath that color. Again, he's sizable on pounds. If you need to roll a little earlier, you can surely do that with him. And that's a good pig. I don't care what color you paint him. That one's skull shape and length of front is extremely good. Again, just a goof-proof, solid, balanced, a good eye appeal. Cocky fronted with dimension, heavy structured, bones match everything we're looking at up high. His turn of center and the body length and type of body shape that he's got is real good. And again, he's starting to get some advancement of muscle down his top and coming really good with top shape, but everything's still smooth and blends in behind his blades and ham loin. Very square-hipped kind of a hog that, again, a square muscle pattern with a square kind of a hind leg that I think you can push on because, again, the correctness of skeleton is going to allow you to do that. Very neat kind of a pig there that, again, especially if you like that color pattern, man, that's definitely one to kind of latch on to. That's 41.8.
41.9 red belted gilt here, mainline next intention, and several pigs represented from that litter in the sale, and this one just really practical, good built, tall shouldered, right kind of length of body. Reaches and goes off of both ends of her color or both ends of her skeleton, and then if you've got a young person that wants a wild colored one on their wish list, she's got as distinct of a color pattern as you could ever want, and does it in just a really solid feedable kind of package.
Yeah, neat pig, and that red belted gilt is just real ladylike up front. That one looks feminine and looks like the way they need to for a sow. That kind of extra extension up front that still has a dimension of skull and jawline, but still very refined in her look. Her elevation in respect to the rest of her body is spot on where it needs to be. These hogs don't run downhill. Everything looks the part from the side, elevated, good looking. Got some turn of rib in center, but not a real bulky center one yet, but looks like one that can go ahead and be one of those to get to that point. I think bones are very proportionate to kind of what we're looking at up high. And then she squares up good. Again, another one that doesn't deviate coming at you. Comes from the top of her skeleton right on down through her chest floor, elbow, and knee, the way they need to. Very shapely one. I like the crisp kind of a look. This one has longest loin edge and the muscle pattern it's got behind. Big set of paws and square set of limbs going away from us there also. Just looks like one that'll be a really good kind of a feed, a good kind of a sow that squares up extremely good with real good shape. Call her dual purpose also there. She can sure contribute there in the market gilt ring there also. That's 41.9.
43-1 comes next, and I wish you guys were here to see me in person. I've kind of been losing focus. We've been doing this for the past 6 hours or so, it seems like, and this one hit the ring and made me bounce up in my chair. I think this is Show Guild Deluxe. High Heat promotion, FAFO, and then after that, Pace Car's mom. So she's got stoutness back in her pedigree, and man, High Heat clicked here. She's just built for the long haul. You could show her the first weekend out. You could show this one all summer into fall, and who knows where you end up. This one could be showing next winter, maybe. I know
Brewers Cup.
Yeah, could be. I think she's that kind, regardless of where she ends up. I like this pig a lot.
Yeah, and, we say that, kind of halfway jokingly, but actually serious also about the stretching those things in. It's not that you have to wait that long or they're not going to do this or that or whatever. They're going to be a whole lot of fun from the time you get them home until you get to that point. Just having that extra length of show window on one that has the ability to go the long haul is a really neat place to be. And, again, these high heats have been incredibly good, and this one combines all those best things that we're seeing out of those. Extreme length of front, a tip for nose back to her blade is a long ways. Very good looking, very sharp, feminine, but still stout. Boxy length of body, and I would say actually short bodied on this one. This one's borderline short, but it still fits because the elevation extension up front allows you to do that. That one's going to, the long haul wise, is going to be a very fun one early. Be an interesting one to watch grow, and then just take her as long as you want to go, because it's kind of endless what the possibilities are with this one. Very neat kind of a pig there, 43-1.
43-2 Belted Guild here. Pedigree would be High Heat promotion, and then after that would be FAFO Stay Classy. So we sold a pair of litter mates to this one's mother in the South Sale to DJ Sanders, and I saw maybe he previewed a litter the other day or pictured a litter out of one of his, and I know he's pumped up about his sow, and we're pumped to work with this one going forward. This Dash 2 is probably the greener, skinnier gilt within that litter, but man, her build, her presence, her athleticism are all going to work in her favor, and her mom is mega stout. So I think you give this one a chance, and you could be really happy with what you've got down the road.
Yeah, she's one that, again, that just has that extra femininity. Her length in front of her blade and a cocky kind of look that she has coming at you is very impressive. Her elevation off the ground as far as the length of cannon bone and combined with the right length of body, again, balances and fits and proportions the way it needs to. And she's green at the, but yet square and correct, that you can really push on them, pour the cold to them, and build them as you go. And again, I think this one here will be a good one throughout her life. But when that one finishes, truthfully, as a heavyweight, a bigger kind of a gilt, to 280 to 350 type of deal, I think you're going to be very impressed with everything that comes back together where it needs to, and finishes in a killer kind of a heavyweight look that looks like a lady, a good kind of a generating piece there. 43-2.
43-3 comes next. The white legged one here. High Heat promotion, FAFO. Mom would be one of those 8-liter FAFO sows that goes back to the Stay Classy sow that was Pace Car's mom. And there's 3 of these pigs in the ring right now. The first one we talked was the really good built, slick made one. The next one we talked was the denser built, power one of the trio. To me, Dash 3 is the combination of the other two in one package. Design, build, stoutness, real muscle. Looks like just an awesome feeding kind of a pig. And, again, from an endpoint standpoint, I think he makes the state fair. And if he does, I think he could be really, really good. It is the 26th of January or so. This pig, from an age standpoint, is going to get there. I think can get there, and I think his build allow him to just kind of keep clicking along. He's not one you're going to have to make excuses for and hold him back just to keep him from getting out of bounds. I think that pig's got an incredibly high ceiling.
Yeah, I like that pig quite a bit. I mean, he's greener and fuzzier really than probably the pair out here. He's really, really good as far as, again, his proportions, his build, his skull shape, length of front. Really good running gear. Man, that one just tracks and goes and squares up exactly like you like to see, with the right length of stride and the right flex. All the angles head the right direction in this particular individual. And again, he's probably not as advanced in his muscle down his top or through his hip, which I think over a period of time, his truth is going to be to his advantage, where you can really kind of push and pull and do the things you need to do over time. Again, he's smaller on pounds. Do what you need to do. You know, I wouldn't anticipate him to be one of those 290, 300 pounders at Columbus, but so many of those really good ones have come out of that 260-something range last a handful of years anyway, and he should be able to hit that division in full stride and still have some room in the end. That's 43-3.
Uh, 43-4 next. A trio of litter mates out here. High heat promotion, FAFO, and I said it as we talked the last pig. This litter makes me want to use high heat and plan to use high heat more. We have used him some in the past, but I think we've really got it figured out how to use him right now on those stout, burly, just rugged sows. This pig, is one of those that we've talked about several today. That he needs to fill behind his blade just a little bit, but within that litter, I think you could make the argument that this is maybe the stoutest one. When he comes right at you, his skull, he's got real muscle working down his top. Yet he stays so correct in terms of his hip and hind leg. Love this litter, love this pig, whether he's a show barrow or a potential board prospect. I think he's got some outlying pieces.
Yeah, again, the proportions of that hog is extreme length of front, and then being a shorter, even shorter bodied hog than I would call versus a boxy built one. You know, that one there is really dense feature with an awesome kind of extension up front. But then again, look at his forehead, the broadness of his forehead, the size of his bone, the squareness of his chest. He's boxy and bold and stout from end to end. Opened up extremely good with real shape down his top and a lot of turn to that shorter body length. And he's got an abundance of shape behind him, and that's a wide pin kind of a hog that again squares up extremely good in his hock to the ground, going directly away. Fun one to feed, but again, as Will mentioned on several other ones there, man, if you're got an early county fair this summer, don't buy that one, because that one's the one you're going to need to roll on through the fall when that one kind of needs to top out as you kind of pace him accordingly. I think his show window is very long. Don't know what the end of it will be, but there's a lot there. That's 43-4.
43-7 here, off belt, high heat promotion, FAFO, stay classy, first litter gilt that we're really pumped to work with going forward. Sold a pair of those in the South sale, and DJ Sanders bought both of those, and looks like they're going to do really good things for him as well. This is a good litter, and this litter has made me I want to use high heat more, especially on those stout burly sows. This 43-7 flawless in terms of his look and his build, yet he's got a big chest and a big arm, just reaches so comfortably off of both ends of his skeleton. And people are going to want to say, well, he's pretty small. It is still January, and that pig is correct in his skeleton. He looks to me, the barrow that we had that was reserve at Indy last year, he wasn't a whole lot bigger than this at this stage of the game, and he was a different kind of pig. This one can get there, I think, and boy, if he does get there, I think he could be a handful, because he does a lot of things really, really well. That's an older pet. High heat's a board's been around for a minute. I don't know, there probably needs to be more high heat sons. I think that pig, from a quality perspective, certainly needs to be considered to be a boar.
Yeah, and you're just starting to see some of the sun surface, and I think you're going to see more after this last crop. And man, I like that one a lot. That is such a neat pig. And again, if you like him good looking and you like him stout, I think you're going to be very pleased with that one because that one's extension and jawline is really neat looking. But man, his forehead and boldness up high is very good, and he's perfect in his chest floor. Very good in his elbow, right in his knee. Again, another one very repetitious. I realize that, but we're going to describe the pigs. And that's a good pig. He's a little lighter on pounds, but again, there's a lot of upside with what you can do with one like that. Killer looking up front, awesome angle out of his shoulder, knee, and front foot. I mean, something the industry, absolutely deadly needs right now is to make those hogs better out of their front end. And the hind end that travels exactly the same way. Flexibility of structure, reach of hind leg, squareness of build, hair, bone, proportions, running gear. Really, really neat kind of a pig right there. 43-7.
Another calico here, 46-1 pedigree on these 46s. Far and wide, New Heights. Mom would be bred sow purchase from Team Sloan there, and man, she did an awesome job farrowing. She did an awesome job in the crate, and then the pigs sure looked the part. Within the 46 litter, I think this is a really unique combination of one of the shorter-bodied, boxier, bigger-centered ones, yet one that's got a really wild look up front. Just looks like the kind of proportionality, in my opinion, that it takes to be competitive. And, man, that's the good litter again. And I think when you can feed pigs out of good litters, it seems like maybe they'll be a notch more predictable. And I like these 46s a bunch.
We have many more calicos this kind of caliber. We're going to open up a class just for them like we do like crosses. I mean, there's some neat ones, and that's another one, man. That was a real dense built, real pliable centered one that looks like he's got the ability to put some stuff together. I mean, very good looking in front of his blade combined with that extra heaviness of structure and real boxy length of body. And, he's got, again, real good upside feedability-wise and holdability type and kind-wise that can run you even longer through a show season and beyond and see what you want to do with him because it looks like he'll be an easy one to hang on to. That one there's got, again, all the pieces that put together that has the neat look, the density, the stoutness, the bone work. Very good calico pig here, 46-1.
46-3 gilt here with the white hind leg. Again, far and wide, New Heights. Mom would be a high dollar bred purchase there from Team Sloan, and really, really good litter. And this gilt within that litter is maybe the most jackpot ready at this stage of the game. Her just rib and body just has a little more flesh to it, and maybe reads with a shot more early muscle. But in the same breath, she's just as long and extended from blade forward as any of them, and again has the right kind of hip and hind leg. I think that's one that can show early and often and be competitive all the way through and get a lot of mileage out of her and in terms of the length of her show career.
Yeah, that's a neat one there. I mean, I like her when she comes out of the gate, but when she gets on that profile, really, really impressive. I mean, very high-headed, extra good kind of skull shape and femininity. She's tall-shouldered, level design with really good kind of reach off of both ends. Again, the right kind of bone work to match all that we're seeing up high. And extra aesthetics of hair. She looks like a generator to me. I mean, again, that one there is. We've seen several out of that particular litter so far, and probably still yet more to come. But that one there hits me very, very eye appealing. Very eye catching, if you will, out of her front end, and with that kind of build and that kind of proportion she's got. I really think that was very impressive. That was going to be a short lister for me. That's 46-3.
46-4 comes next here. Far and wide, New Heights. Mom would be a $30,000 bred female purchase from our good buddies there at Team Sloan, and this pig hits me real good. If you ask for a short list of barrows that can make state fair and maybe even potentially longer, this one gets on it. Stout, yet awesome looking and good built, and one that has an absolutely huge hind leg that works like it's supposed to. And then, I think regardless of color, he's probably one that needs to be considered a boar because he's got those outlying pieces. This pig here hits me really good.
Yeah, man, he's real stout featured. That one looks like a generator out of his skull. And again, he's got the extra stoutness up front, but still has length of neck with it, which is pretty important to keep that maturity right and be able to feed on him and go. And then just watch his profile, man. He cranks his head above his spine. Again, another one that blends extremely good top of his blade. Again, that's an awesome built hog with a lot of stuff. It didn't always used to be able to do that. When you get them stout, they wouldn't roll good enough. When they rolled, they didn't have enough to them. And this one here's got a little bit of everything. And he does it in a really good built kind of package, the right proportion package, right frame size and elevation. Just a really good built one. It'd just be so much fun to feed on. Again, he's light on pounds. Figure out where you guys got to be, but you can roll out. Again, I don't know where the end point of that thing is too, but it's a long ways away. You're going to have a very enjoyable time with that one, and definitely consider him for a boar prospect too. 46-4.
Calico gilt comes next, 46-5, and really good litter of pigs. And pedigree here would be far and wide. New Heights. This one's mom would actually be $30,000 bred gilt that we got from our buddies there at Team Sloan, and looks like she's going to be a real wise investment. This particular gilt hits me as one of those showers of breeding gilt, market gilt, whatever you want to do. I think a lot of versatility. And then with the depth of that litter and the way her mom looks, and it just reads like one that could be a potential sow prospect. Her mom was awesome in the crate and farrowed on her own, milked good, raised a big litter, and more importantly, a really, really sellable litter of pigs. So I think show gilt, but then in the same breath, I think that one's got some potential to be a generating kind of sow.
Yeah, again, one that, again, show window-wise, you're going to run that one a long time for the size that she is. And she's a type and kind that's got the feet and legs to go ahead and accommodate that extra length of time that you want to run with her. She's got, truthfully, when you first look at her from the side, you think that's a really neat-looking kind of pig, but then you watch her come at you, man, she's really stout-skulled. You really don't appreciate how much is there as far as that boldness of forehead and broadness from that aspect. It's in there. Heaviness of structure, foot size, again, everything heads right. And you're going to hear a lot of the same terms today because these things are bred extremely consistently. Just one, again, you can take home and just feed, keep her healthy, and just roll on. That's 46-5.
Belted gilt here is 46.6, far and wide. New Heights mom is a $30,000 bred purchase there from Team Sloan, and a litter that is very well represented. And if we were going to give away a premier litter award for this set of pigs, that would definitely be a litter to be considered. This gilt within that litter, honestly, is one of the greener, skinnier ones at this particular stage of the game. But she's got a good pattern. She's got a good build. She's got really good running gear. I think this is one that if you're patient with her and just give her time, you could be really pleased with what you've got there in the end when it matters.
Yeah, again, just another one that just looks like you just need to take her home and feed her, and she is a type and kind, maturity-wise, where you could go ahead and pour the cold to her and give her more protein and go ahead and build her because she's real correct and she's very good in her build. And again, over time, as that one goes ahead and develops and gets into that middleweight and heavyweight type of scenario where everything comes together, that's going to be a good day because it looks like those kind that are built like that are greener in their appearance get better each and every day of their life. And the longer they go to hit their that extra growth curve they've got for frame size, you're going to be in good shape there. That one there is 46.6.
46.7 will be the male pig in here. I was going to give you a color point for ID, but they're dang near marked similar. He's got two white hind legs, and again, these 46s, far and wide, New Heights. Mom would be a bred gilt purchase from Team Sloan there, and man, she did an awesome job. And this pig maybe didn't want to cooperate the best here for the video, but I do think a good pig. He's got a great big hind leg, and within that litter, he maybe reads just as dense and burly and muscular as any of them at this stage of the game. a pig maybe that's going to need to be fed just a little bit slower, but again, awesome look and build. And I will tell you that this hair thing, their mom is just absolutely killer haired, and I think that we can do all the things we want to help enhance it, but genetically they've got to have the capability to grow it, and she sure does. So I think these 46s are going to be beautiful haired. And again, this pig maybe didn't cooperate the best for the video, especially in the front end of it there, but I do think he offers a lot of good.
Real stout, real dense, and still good looking. That combination that you kind of look for, that neat kind of a jawline with extension and then bulk behind it. And he does that. A big barrel shape to his rib, and got a lot of turn to his body shape. A big, bold, centered, pliable kind of a middled hog that has the right length of body to match everything from end to end. Great big set of bones, extra aesthetics of all the hair you'd ever want. Indicators, again, just always going to be real stout. He's a little more moderate in his elevation, so kind of pace that one accordingly and figure out where you want to go. At a middle pace or slower is where he'd probably be best, but still really a comfortable kind of a pig with lots of extras. He's got to come together in a place or two as you go ahead and kind of get him on your own program, but just like you'd expect a lot of these little guys. And again, we'll try to help you there at sale time on some size-wise and where these go. But this one could sure go later for sure, and it needs to go later, type and kind-wise, and should have a very, very long show in the process. That's 46-7.
46.8 be the pig with the black front leg here, and again, deep, consistent litter, far and wide, new heights. Mom was a high-dollar bred purchase there from Team Sloan, and man, what a good litter. They offer some variation in frame size and maybe end points. This is probably one of the greener muscled ones, but in the same breath, he's one of the bigger outline, heavier boned ones. I think if you like to feed, get creative with a feed bucket, man, this could be a feeder's dream. He's going to maybe need some extra stuff there in the end, but I think his balance, his build, his comfort level, all those things are going to allow him to handle it when you need to pour the coals to him. I think this one could get real good in the end.
Yeah, he's a few pounds bigger than some of them we've previewed here. Just a good pig that, again, is put together right with the right proportions. Good length up front. Again, a really good kind of a jawline. Has a stout kind of a look, but a neat look. Proportions are really good. His elevation off the ground as far as length he can, and combined with a short length of body, again, really makes for the right proportion that we're looking for. High-headed kind of a pig that levels in his design, levels out through his hip, takes a good kind of a step off of both things. I think really just a nice solid feed. That's 46-8.
Uh, 46.9 here, far and wide, new heights. I feel repetitive because we've seen so many pigs out of this litter, but high dollar bred purchase from Team Sloan, and awesome litter. They're stout, proportional, and come with extra hair and shag. This is one of the pound smaller 46s. I think I think he's a barrel that looks like he can take off and grow and get there if you need to go earlier. I think he reads like one that's got a little hold or push and pull to steal Jim's term there. But regardless, I think just a good pig. You get him on feed and manage him properly, and I think that's a pig to have a really bright future.
Yeah, another one, again, not very big on pounds. So, I mean, if you want to run some of those later ones in particular, I mean, you're going to be able to do that with this kind of pig for sure. Really good stoutness, a feature coming directly at us. I mean, that is a bold forehead and rim to a snout, and an awesome, sharp kind of a jawline. And then watching profile, again, just the right length of the body. I realize you're going to listen to a lot of the same terms, but there's only so many ways you can describe a consistent set of hogs that are all built alike, and then get the subtle differences. And this pig has that same aesthetic that we've been looking at on all these other ones as far as his build, his proportion, length of body. He's got some pliability of center, some boldness going directly away in a real feedable kind of a fashion. And again, if that one kind of fits your fancy as far as feeding style and the size that one is, be a neat one to feed on for sure. That one's 46-9, again, from a really good litter.
Belted Guild here, 46-10, far and wide, new heights. mom was $30,000 bred gilt there from Team Sloan, and man, she did an awesome job in the crate and had a really good litter. And you're going to see several of those, or have seen several of those, and this gilt within that litter, I feel like one of the bigger outlined, more muscular kind of gilts. I think allows her to be really versatile, whether you show her as a market gilt or a breeding gilt. And then, again, with the depth of that litter and how good of a job that particular sow did, if you're looking for one that could potentially be a sow, I'd have these 46s circled.
Yeah, another nice one. Again, it's just put together right. Has extra good kind of skull shape that looks really stout coming at you. She's very wide and square in her chest and good in her turn to her rib cage. Sets and angles, I think, adequately there to kind of make her just be a really comfortable kind of a fit for mobility. Very good as far as boldness at top. She's got a big hip, but real manageable and still very much within herself. And still looks like one you can really feed upon and do a lot of things. And truthfully, you could go ahead and, if you chose to, push on her to beginning of the season and run her as a market gilt type of scenario. But, man, that one looks like a generator for a sow lot for sure when you finish up. That one there is 4610.
47-6 comes next here, the wider belted pig. Outlaw tricked out never before. Outlaw, the breeding boar there at Crossroads, just had a couple litters of those, but he did a really nice job for us. And first thing that comes to mind when I see this one is just a stout, feedable kind of a show barrow. Big legs. He's really proportional. And man, what a skeleton! As you can tell, he's very athletic. But again, his look and man, his feature, I think all those things are going to work to his advantage. And I envision that one being a really good big pig someday.
Yeah, again, a smaller one on pounds here, kind of for the group, but yeah, man, that one's a skeleton hog, a good built hog. Extreme extension out in front of his blade. That is a very stout skull with a really long kind of a front end. Gets it out away from the body with neck length and helps keep the crest in better shape. He almost wants to run uphill and cranks his head above his spine really comfortably. Again, an awesome built one that has got a great big set of bones and paws, and then look at his angles and set. Man, his reach and go out of his front end. That is an impressive, overpowering kind of a look the way he takes a step. And then watch him profile his flexibility, spine, and pliability of center body with that extreme kind of reach and of hind leg. Man, that is an awesome built kind of a hind leg that squares up really good. It's big, it's stout, it's heavy, it's hairy, and he's very square as far as his overall muscle pattern goes directly away. Really feedable. A lot of upside. Haven't even mentioned the possibility of a boar prospect, but he still has those kind of properties if you're kind of looking for that particular pedigree. A very intriguing kind of a pig right there. 47-6.
Solid black male pig here is 48-3 and a good black pig. He's a high heat FAFO, and then after that it would be Pace Car's mom. And the one thing I wish about the high heat pigs, honestly, was that we had more of them, because when you took him to really stout, burly sows, man, they're the right kind. And I think this one is one that has a very high ceiling. He's good from every angle, yet when he comes right at you, I think it is so impressive. His skull shape, his looseness to his shoulder blade and front end, and then the right kind of length of body, really big tail root. All his indicators read ultra stout, yet one that's built so good.
Yeah, and again, with that pedigree, you know what that outcome is, the way those things have grown. And that's a neat thing. We've gotten to see several crops of those, and they've done some damage in the ring at each turn. This one here has just that, again, that goof-proof, solid kind of a hog that, again, has the right proportions. Extremely long in front of his blade, a real high heat trade, and then short and boxing his body length, and really good as far as his structure goes, as far as flexibility, angle, set, and reach. And again, just not a tight joint in his body. And then look at his indicators, the broadness to his forehead, big tail root, big set of bones, aesthetics of hair, all the stuff is in there. Just looks like a solid feeder again that you could come out looking pretty smart in the end on that one. That's 48-3.
48-4 narrow-belted gilt here coming next is she's a high heat, and we went back, and she's actually a high heat FAFO and then Pace Car's mom behind that. So we went and used high heat some this time, and honestly I've used him in the past, but I think we really figured out how to use him this time in terms of using him on those ones that are really, really stout featured, and man, he'll bring the look and just presence and build to him, and I think this gilt is just that combination. If you see her mother, she's 9 kinds of stout and generates stoutness, and then again, this high heat, I really, really like the pigs that we've got in this set sired by that boar, and I think breeders around the country will tell you the same thing. If used on the right sow, that boar is going to do a good job. And then this gilt, reads like one. She's got a big show window. You could jackpot her the first weekend out, breeding gilt, market gilt scenario. Yet I think you could get a lot of mileage out of that one.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know where she ends. I mean, truthfully, we got Kansas City and on beyond that you get hogs like that have the ability to not only feed on them and push on them, but able to pull them back and manage it over a period of time. I mean, truthfully, she's got enough stuff in her top and her hip that she's not very big, but you could roll into a market gilt type of setting, and man, when she still goes fed correctly over a period of time, that one's going to be a killer, kind of a real bold stout one. That's not going to be elevated slick one. She's going to be extra stout featured and generating looking out of her skull. That one's 48-4.
49.5, the little belted pig here would be a hardball happy hour. His mom would be the bred female purchase from the Trace crew at the Platte, all in bred gilt sale there. Grant and I partnered up and got that gilt bought, and just 2 pigs. We were pumped about them and wanted to get them out for people to see. So they're probably the pound smallest pigs in this set, but we think they offer quality, especially this Dash 5. Grant made the comment that pig reminds us a lot of hardball at that size, and honestly, hardball wasn't a whole lot bigger than that when we sold him. He was about that size. That skull shape, that forearm, that hardness of back in terms of just real muscle and shape. I think that's a really, really good pig with a high ceiling. Again, if you've got a May, June, July county fair, don't think about it. Keep on going, find something different. If you want to be ahead of the curve and start thinking about fall shows already, or one that you could jackpot as a lighter weight deal, and honestly, sometimes those lighter weight deals are the funnest ones to jackpot because they're kind of still in that cute prospecty little pig stage. I think he does all those things, and again stretches into fall and could be a whole lot of fun.
Yeah, I like him quite a bit. Again, that may be one of the lightest pound ones we've viewed today. And, man, what a good pig. And to be that good looking and that stout featured, but yet not out of bounds any place at that size, to have that much stoutness of skull and bone work and the proportions, that's a neat pig. I like that quite a bit. Really good kind of skull and jawline, again, as Will alluded to, just that pedigree. He yields its own different kind of a look out of the front end. And then watch him trail the stick, elevated up front, level design, level spine, level hipped, reach and go is extremely good. I think the bones down low match everything we're seeing up high with the right proportion through the center portion of his body to tie it together from end to end, and then watch him square up going directly away. Real easy kind of a feed. Again, just let that one kind of get on his own feeding program and bulk up on a feeder for a little while. You're going to be amazed how that one goes ahead and gets into a really stout one real quick. That one is 49.5.
49.7 comes next, and these just a pair of these 49s in the sale, but really, really neat pigs. They would be hard balls, and man, I think if you came in here and you had to guess what they'd be sired by, it'd be pretty easy to guess hard ball. They resemble him so much from that aspect, and then their mom would be the Trace bred gilt that Grant and I partnered and bought out of Platts. All-in bred gilt sale there, and we're excited to work with the Trace female going forward, and I think both these little pigs that are in the sale, and then hopefully some of the others will be in the next set there as well. High ceilings, unreal look, and real stoutness of feature. Just look like the right kind in terms of extras, yet still hinged loose out of hip and rear leg. If you've got a May, June, or July county fair, these aren't for you. But if you want to be ahead of the curve a little bit, it's never a wrong time to put the right pig on feed, and I think these could get really good for some of those fall deals there.
Yeah, stretch right on through the fall. Truthfully, probably come right into their own just about the right time. Again, nature has limitations, and these guys aren't going to be the early summer pig that you go with unless you just want to jackpot them. But, man, when those things top out, it's going to be interesting. I remember the mother of these in that all-in sale there of Platts from Trace, and, man, she was a stout female. I mean, bold and burly, and that's those kind of indicators this guy gives you with the forehead that he's got, the openness he's got to the turn of rib and the body shape with the right length of body, and then a square kind of a hip with an athletic kind of a build as far as flexibility and angle and set and go. Looks like a very fun one to feed. If that one, again, if he suits your needs size-wise, or you can roll those late ones on down through the fall, that's a very intriguing kind of pig with a killer kind of a pedigree. A lot to back behind that one. That one is 50 or 49.7.
50-1, the calico mark color pig that comes next. Mainline, absolute cruel intention. So this would be a full sib to the 31 litter pigs from this summer, which that litter contained Draw the Line at Laird's, Full Faith at Halfins, Main Drag at Moore's, and then the pig that won our youth expo that was just a reserve barrow there at Crossbred Barrow at Perry the other day. Really neat pig. He's probably the pound's smallest pig in the litter, and the girls have him named already. I believe his name's Wilbur, and he actually spent an afternoon in the house. He got stepped on when he was a pig, and that they'll take the credit for kind of getting him right and getting him going, and I'm glad they did, because I think he's a really, really neat pig. If your end point is May or June, he's probably not for you. If you've got some flexibility and want one that can stretch into late summer, fall, I think that pig can do it and do it at a really, really high level.
Some things are worth taking the extra time with. It looks like this is one of those, and hats off to the girls there.
Yep.
I think it's a perfect name there, too. Neat little pig, and this is probably one of the smallest pigs we've viewed as on pounds so far in this particular preview, but, man, what a good pig. I mean, that one's not skinny or deficient anywhere. That is a stout skull and an awesome kind of jawline and length of front. He is so comfortable getting his head above his spine, and, when hogs are made that way, they're put together right. Tall-shouldered, level design, boxy length of body, and then running gear. Again, I know it's repetitive, but, man, these things can get out and get after it. I love the flexibility of hind leg. For those that are heavy into the hair game, that one's got every bit as much and then some for what you want to mess with. Really neat pig. A lot of upside. I'm anxious to see where that one ends up. That one needs a good home and a good stick. That calico there is 50-1.
50-4 comes next. Mainline, absolute cruel, full sibs to the boars that we sold out of the 31 litter there in the summer, and man, what a good litter again, and some differences within that litter in type and kind, and we talk a lot about show gilt or sow or what may be, and there's some of them that can do both, be show gilt and sow. I think this one could be a nice kind of a show gilt, but, man, does she look like a sow to me. Her head, her skull, you study just the depth of her eye channel, and her jawbone is so stout, yet she's got a feminine look up front. She's got an absolutely killer kind of a rib cage, and just a softness to her center, and then just a huge rear leg. Again, we keep zero gilts this time of year. That looks like the kind of sow that raise a high dollar boar or a barrow that wins a big show to me.
Yeah, she's kind of the outlier in her own direction for quality. I mean, that one is a very, very stout one. Moderation would be in her corner. A real stout skull, a big barrel shape to her rib, a lot of pliability of body and the boxy length of body. Great big set of bones, a big set of feet with a strong set of pasterns. Again, she's got a lot of pliability, a lot of turn. You know, she's a boatload. Truthfully, she's going to be better as a show gill, be better slow rolling her. But again, generating wise, of one that has those outlying pieces to be able to crank one the next generation. She's got a lot of those things. Again, she's got one of those deals that basically kind of a home run hitter, kind of a look as far as from the sow basis. And again, you pace that one correctly, she'll be a nice kind of a show gill also. 50-4.
50-5, black-headed gilt here comes next, and neat litter, neat story, and I think if she'll cooperate here and get a good video, really, really neat pig. She's a mainline absolute cruel, so full sibs to the 31 litter from the summer that would include the Bort Lairds, the Bort Halfins, and then the main drag there at Moore Showpigs. So 3 boars in stud, and then a barrow that won our youth expo, and then went on to be reserve at Perry there. And I think she's show gilt deluxe, but in a big window as a show gilt. But her breeding value, I think, could be off the charts good. We kept the 2 gilts from the summer litter. In this time of year, we keep 0 gilts back. If that wasn't the case, this one would have her residence in the slatted barn already, and be getting ready to build around, because the looks there, the stories there, and you know, if you're not familiar with that pedigree, the cruel sow that would be the grandma was also the sow that was the mother of, quite frankly, To the Extreme and countless others. So I think it's all put together there in one kind of package. The story, a pig that looks the part, and just I think endless opportunities there.
You know, that one has the exact head and ear set of that bear that wins pale and went on to Perry. I mean, I know it was a calico pig, but that has such a distinct kind of a look. That whole mainline thing has a neat, cocky, sharp look up front, and very high-headed, and cranks it real comfortably. And again, it's one of the smaller pigs. The 50s or some of the smaller we've looked at least to this particular point on pounds. So, you know, let that one go ahead and just come together in her own feeding program, and she's going to really be a really neat pig. A high-headed, good jawline, a really good kind of bone work, and set to her shoulder, knee, and front foot. Perfect length of body. You know, she's starting to build muscle in her hip really good there right now. And again, with that kind of background you've got with that story in the previous mating, kind of a no-brainer right there. That little black-headed gilt is 50-5.
50-6, male pig, excuse me. Mainline, absolute cruel, be full sibs to draw the line, full faith, and main drag, 3 boars that we sold out of the same mating there in this past summer's litter, and then the barrow that won our youth expo was in that same litter. This -6 of a really, really deep litter hits me as maybe the most moderate in terms of his length of body. He is a very moderate hog from that standpoint, yet so stout featured. His skull, his forearm, his hind leg, he's probably the greenest in terms of his muscle pattern, yet still reads with plenty. There's just something really intriguing about that pig. I think a barrow deluxe, but certainly one that needs to be considered for a boar. I like that pig there a good deal.
Yeah, another one that has real ring presence. Again, tall-fronted, a good laid back in his shoulder, very good. Squares in his chest, very good. Skull shape and generating look of a skull or stoutness of a barrow really is in his favor. Always going to be neat looking with stoutness, and then watching profile and proportion the way he needs to. Length of front, shortness of back, elevation off the ground, spot on. Propped up on his toes there with a good strong set of pasterns, and again with strong indicators there as far as bone work, hair, tail root, all those things are in his favor. In a very, very square kind of a build, a real feedable kind of a fashion. That again, don't think you have to get creative, but if he would choose to, I think he's got the ability to do that. And that's 50-6.
50-7 male pig here with the white hind legs comes next. And pedigree here is mainline absolute cruel, and these would be full sibs to the 31s there from the summer, which would have included Draw the Line at Laird's, Full Faith at Halfin's, Main Drag at Moore's, and then the barrow that won our youth expo. We retained both gilts from that litter. They're in the slatted barn and look incredible. This 50-7, is one that, man, I think just looks like a championship caliber show barrow to me. His look, his presence, his build, his athleticism, his color pattern. I mean, he's got white hind legs. He's got a white switch on his tail. He's just uniquely marked, and knowing what that litter did last time, and how those things fed to put 3 boars in stud, and then a barrow that had a really successful show career. It's not often that we go back and do the same mating back to back, but we did it this time, and man, it looks like it worked really well again.
Yeah, I'd say he did okay. That's been a really good litter, and what a neat pig. And he is, again, that combination hog of neat and slick up front, but still dimension, and then bulk behind him. Man, he's really good in his rib, but he doesn't get bulldoggy in his front end and his elbow. He's smooth enough in his shoulder to make everything blend and back into that stoutness. And man, you look at the boldness and squareness of chest floor, and then the pliability of body in a boxy or shorter length of body kind of a pig. And neat up front, proportion good, but then look at him, the punch that he packs going directly away. That is a big, robust kind of a top, and stifle working in him, but real manageable. Very, very big athletic kind of a hind leg that, again, the extra aesthetics of hair, and again, a killer kind of a color pattern that you, as a judge, I mean, you're going to go back and remember that thing coming out. Very neat pig there, a lot of upside. That one there is 50-7.
We kind of shift gears here and get into some smaller pigs, at least as we go through it here. 50-8 is the next one we're going to look at, and neat pig. If you watch this, it's not often that I'm at a loss for words, but this pig he's just different. From a pedigree standpoint, he's mainline absolute cruel, so we would have seen all his litter mates already, and those are full sibs to the 31s from last summer, which included Draw the Line at Premium Blend, Full Faith at Halfin's, Main Drag at Moore's, and the barrow that won our youth expo that went on to be reserve cross barrow at the Winter National there in Georgia. As good as that litter was, and this is probably a bold statement, and to take nothing away from those, because we're utilizing those boars and plan to use all 3 of those boars in our program. I don't know that there was one in that litter that looked maybe as far-reaching as this one. Look, stoutness of feature, looseness of build, everything just fits. When that pig cooperates there and gives you a look, it's absolutely killer. He's just starting to bloom in terms of muscle and shape, I think another week or 10 days, this hog blooms just a little bit. He's got things that are hard to do, and that view right there of him looking at you, I think it's absolutely knock your socks off. I think this one definitely needs a boar consideration, and I know that there's full sibs out there, but there's just something different looking about that one.
Yeah, again, one of the lighter ones on pounds we'll look at today. These 3 that are in here right now, and man, what a neat pig. I mean, again, that one's stoutness of feature, and he was Will was talking about him staring straight at us there is what we were seeing, and man, you see that head cranked up with that kind of a broad forehead working in him and a stout skull with a really good jawline. And then look at his chest floor. Again, nothing deviates. He doesn't roll those elbows and those front feet. He doesn't get bulldoggy up front. He squares up. He's very good from that aspect. Good at the top of his blade, right on through his chest floor into his knee and front foot. I would venture to say, and I don't know, we got a few left to preview here, but I would venture to say pound for pound, that is the heaviest bone one we've looked at today for that particular trait. Skull shape, jawline, real big set of bones and feet, strong pasterns, boxy length of body with pliability of center, and then squareness of build going directly away with you with just an absolute stupid size rear leg. Really interesting pig there. They're definitely dual purpose bore barrel, whichever you'd like to go. He's a neat little pig. That's 50-8.
50-9 gilt. Mainline absolute cruel intention, full sibs to the 31s from the summer there, and that litter. I've talked a lot about them and what they've done, and I think we did it here again, and we kept the gilts from that litter. This time of year, we offer 100% of the gilts, regardless of how they're bred or what sow they're out of, and take advantage here because in the summer litters, we don't sell this kind. Beautiful look, absolutely huge hind leg. I think pound for pound, that gilt could have as a big a rear leg as any pig in the set, yet it's correct, it's comfortable. When she goes away, her squareness to her dew claws, she shows you the bottom of her foot. Fun show gilt, even better. Potential sow prospect with the story there, and if you're just looking to show one and then resell them, I think that gilt could be a wise investment when it comes resale time.
Yeah, another neat pig, again, from a real consistent litter. And, again, think about that as you're laying some of these in for return on investment or putting back in your program when you've got that many good quality livestock on a high end in that particular litter. Again, very neat looking out of her front end. Got that distinctive kind of a look with that cocky kind of ear set. Like the build and proportions of that one. Her elevation is really good in comparison to kind of that boxy length of body. Very square build with an extremely big set of bones and a lot of extra indicators there for skull shape, tail root, bone size. All that fits really well, but does it in a real feedable square package. It again is immature enough to kind of be one you project out to go ahead and continue. That's 50-9.
Black pig here next, 50-10, and you'll see them in different order than what we see them here coming through the preview pen. But this will be the first 50 that we've actually seen come through the pen. And honestly, he's the greenest, pound smallest, skinniest one. But as we see his mates, and I'll tell you how he's bred, I think maybe it'll intrigue you just a little bit. He's a mainline. Absolute cruel, so that would make these 50s would be full sibs to the 31s from the summer, which would be the Boar Laird's there, draw the line, full face at Halfin's, main line or main drag there at Moore Showpigs, and then the barrow that won our youth expo and was reserved at Perry there. So this won't be the one that just grabs you in that litter today, but if you've got a later show and just give this one a few days. In 10 days, this pig could really change. Get him in a pen by himself and let him bloom up. Everything's there. He just he needs a few days, and I think you could be really happy with what you've got.
Yeah, again, Will's doing you a favor on these. You're selling some of these this young because you get some of these big pigs out of the pen and let these guys catch up for that week or 10 days on their, with a few less pigs at the feeder. You're going to be amazed how quick that thing goes ahead and bulks up and masses up. Really extremely long-fronted pig that's short and boxy. His body length, very good angle and set off of both ends, laid back in his shoulder with really good kind of reach up front. He does the same thing behind. Squares up, and obviously the size is a very green kind of a pattern, which is exactly what they need to look like. And, again, just kind of feed, mass him, and go. And I think you'll be more pleased each day you own that one. That's 50-10.
50-11, Calico comes next. These 50s would be main lines, and then they're full sibs to draw the line, full faith, and main drag. Three boars that all went and stud there, and then another litter mate would have been the barrow that won our youth expo and went on to be reserve cross barrow there at Perry. I said it several times. It's not often that we do the same mating back to back, but we did it this time, and you can see the quality again. And honestly, this one, not just from a color perspective, reminds me of the barrow that won our youth expo at this stage and size. His look, his comfort level, his denseness to his rear leg. You can see so many similarities in that pig, and again, not just from a color standpoint, from a quality standpoint. That one resembles that pig a great deal, in my opinion.
Yeah, this one's probably one of the denser featured ones that we've viewed of that particular so far. Again, another neat one, neat looking one up front, but a lot of bulk behind that. Big forearm, a lot of turn to rib cage with a square chest. Very good as far as turn and pliability of body and the right length of body. Again, another one that no excuses kind of hog for structure. I mean, he's got good angle and set out of his shoulder and knee and front foot, plants and goes on the corners where it needs to, but not too much, and then he leaves you with muscle shape going away with a big athletic kind of a hind leg, big tail root. All the indicators are there that one's going to just maintain that look with stoutness in the right proportions, again, for the long haul. Just kind of manage that one and pace him accordingly, just like you would any other pig. That's 50-11.
Solid black one comes here next. Ear notch is 52-5. He's sired by Heat Seeker there at Crossroads, and then back on old 16-letter Kingpin sow, and that sow's been around for a minute. She's actually Kingpin American Bad Boy, so that tells you maybe her age, but we were just talking off camera here about sow turnover. They don't stick around here if they're not doing their job and generating the kind that we need to make in terms of sellable pigs that go out and feed for people. So that sow sticking around as long as she has speaks is a testament to the job she's done. This is a neat pig, stout head, round-bodied kind with a good hip and hind leg, and just everything's so proportional in this particular pig. I think all those things allow him to be competitive.
Yeah, another one that could be strung on late through the season there, size-wise it is, type and kind. He looks like one that can be kind of paced on into to turn him into the best thing you can turn him into. Good skull shape and length of front, heavy structured, extra aesthetics of hair. Pound for pound, real heavy structured, with a lot of bone work and foot size, but still a strong set of pasterns. A good one that's boxing his build and bold in his center, and has a good turn of muscle shape going directly away. Again, just looks like a good solid feeder. Just pace him accordingly on down through the fall. That's 52-5.
53-1, neat colored gilt here. Pedigree's here to stay. The Bort Platts back on a first litter out for blood. Stay classy. Out for blood, stay classy gilt. Grandma sow there would actually be Pace Carr's mom, and a sow that a lot of our good stuff goes back to. This gilt just really loose and flexible off of both ends of her skeleton. She's got a big arm and a big dense kind of a rear leg. Just hits me as one that again first thing is athleticism and stoutness. Both certainly come to mind. A little greener in terms of just muscle pattern and shape at this stage of the game, but it looks like it's starting to come, and her indicators read that she's going to come with it. And again, as I alluded to there, I think her extra feature and looseness are always going to be in her favor.
Yeah, neat splashed up color pattern. Again, one that she hits me pliable. Looks like a good sow. Stout fronted, but a good length of front. I like her pliability of center body and rib that she's got. That just looks like she's one that could lay down and do a good job there for you as far as one to crank one for the next generation. That kind of length of front, levelness of design, reach, and flexibility, really good. That's a problem-free type of a scenario that she squares up really good. Should be one you can feed upon in a pretty creative kind of a way. That was 53-1.
53-1 comes next, and pedigree here is here to stay, out for blood, stay classy. That stay classy sow would actually be 49-3, and she'd be Pace Carr's mom, and a sow that sure has made her mark here in terms of sons, and then more importantly, daughters that that she's left us with. And I like this pig a good deal. He comes out here, and he's got an awesome kind of head shape. He's got a big forearm, and I think what's so neat about this pig is his ability to crank his head up in the air and then just roll so comfortably. His shoulder set, his length of hip, and then just the way he hinges out of his hip and rear leg. That's a pig that's got a high ceiling, and maybe just a little different pedigree. But I think that's one that legitimately can be a big-time kind of barrow, or even deserves to be considered a boar. And when I say a little different pedigree, sometimes that's a good thing when we're talking about boar prospects. So regardless, I got a little long-winded there. I like that pig pretty good.
Yeah, he grabs your attention really quick, and again, he's smaller on pounds, and truthfully, he's the type and kind that you can slow roll him on down through the fall and pace that one to get him maximized where you need to be. I mean, don't just cram him full and expect everything to happen overnight. I mean, that one's going to be a really neat pig, and again, he definitely hits me as a dual-purpose boar prospect, and talking about the different pedigrees, everybody's looking to breathe get a little breath of fresh air with some of these the pedigrees, and have something else just a little different in the middle of it to break it up a little bit, because we get these things lined up pretty tight when they're all out of one bore. This one here has got the properties of a boar: skull shape, length of front, cranks his head up. Again, as Will said, good looking up front, but a lot of density behind that. That is a big set of bones, a really good angle and set off of both ends, and a lot of density of build. A big square hip, kind of a hog, advantages it really, really well. A lot of upside on that one. That's 53-1.
53-3 male pig here would be here to stay, out for blood. His mom would be a 28-liter sow, so those sows are out for blood, pace car, or out for blood, stay classy. That's how the grandma sow there would actually be pace car's mom. So goes back to a key sow family. I think that boar complemented this sow well. These pigs have a good look up front. I think this is a neat pig in terms of just being that extended up front, yet that boxy. He's got a huge kind of rib cage. He's got the right kind of set and angulation to his hind leg. He maybe just doesn't want to get out here and just stroll across the surface or shoot the best video for us, but that reads like a pig that could get into one of those later summer or even potentially early fall kind of show window there and do it in a real good kind of fashion.
Yeah, this painted up pig here again. He's tinier on pounds there for the group. So figure where you want to be there. Just looks like a good feeding kind of a pig. He's boxy and stout. As far as the indicators, he's got bone work, turn of center body and rib cage, stoutness of skull is all very good, but still good kind of a running gear. Again, one that, again, watching proportion from the profile, you appreciate the aspect that everything balances and fits in it really well. And again, he looks like one you could just get pretty creative and go ahead and kind of feed on him and do a lot of creative things with the bucket there too. That's 53-3.
55-1 narrow-belted pig here. Hard ball, no huddle. His mom would be Fast Track's mom. And a good litter, but again, I talked to there's some greener, skinnier ones. There's some that have some more to them in terms of shape and muscle. I think this one is a combination of the good-looking, good-built ones, and then the ones that maybe have a little more to them. Beautiful look up front, good hard back shape, yet he's loose and proportional in terms of his mid-body, his hip and hind leg. All works very, very good in terms of just range of motion and reach and flex. Pig is a crypt. He's going to need to be fixed by a vet there, but you can see it right in his flank. It's just under the skin. It'll be a real easy kind of fix, and I think that's a dang nice kind of a show bearer prospect.
Ruined my day finishing up here. I already wrote down boar prospect. I didn't realize he was a crypt work, and man, he looks like he could do either one. But, man, what a neat pig. So somebody in the barrow ring is going to have a blast. Again, this guy is smaller on pounds. I figure out what you want to do there. But, man, what a neat combination pig. skull shape, length of front, neat looking. I mean, cranks that head above his spine really comfortably. That is a densely built one in his rib cage and his body with perfect length of body for the time. Man, he's bold in his top, and he comes good behind his blade. He's good in his ham loin. He's very square in his hip and real square in the way he trails behind as far as that hock reaching behind his tail head and stays absolutely dead square where it needs to and carries that squareness onto the ground. A really good kind of a feeding pig there that, again, lots of upside. Just take care of that one. Keep him healthy every day and kind of pace him correctly. You're going to have a blast with that one. That's 55-1.
Solid black gilt here, 55-2. Pedigree is hardball, no huddle. Her mom would actually be the mother of Fast Track, the boar that we sold to the crew there at Genetic Edge a couple springs ago, and really good litter. And again, we offer all the gilts this time of year, and I think you can see that really distinct kind of hardball head shape in this gilt, and then one that's just green and immature in terms of being just a little harder right now, but I think in a good way. She's got real muscle. She's got real shape. She just needs to flesh just a little bit, and then, man, I think everything looks spot on. I think she's a gilt that reads like one that's got a really big show window. You could show her early and often and do it for a long, long time, it looks like.
Yes, again, another all-black one. We always talk about this color pattern, just a good pig. That one there is, again, I think it hits me as a running gear kind of a hog. The skull shape, length of front, heaviness of structure. Again, she's smaller on pounds, and man, a great big set of bones. Nothing deviates any place, squares up good coming at you. With that extra power she's got, she's very good as far as her profile, her design, her flexibility, her reach, her comfort level. Very good from that aspect. And it's still another one that you're going directly away from. A greener pattern in her muscle that you can push on one like that because they're correct and everything angles and flexes, and you don't have to slow down and let things catch up. Everything kind of fits with the right kind of balance and eye appeal. To let everything kind of come together, because that kind of structure, again, is not to be taken for granted. A very neat little black pig there. That's 55-2.
55-3 here comes next, and hardball back on Fast Track's mother, and you'll see several of these 55s. Really good litter, and man, I've said it several times. Hardball sires a really distinct kind of skull shape and head shape, and this gilt resembles his head shape maybe as much as any of them. That gilt's got a stout noggin, and regardless of color, if you're just after quality, this one's real good, I think. Bold-chested, stout everywhere, loose and flexible off of both ends of her skeleton. That one there hits me pretty good.
Yeah, really stout. Again, she's all black, and again, we always talk about the colors, and we got two colors that get cussed and discussed as much that are in the ring right now, and that's a good pair of pigs. And this black one is stout. That one looks like a real outlier for just a generator. She has that kind of a look out of her skull or forehead, a really stout jaw in this one. Heavy structure, man. She's heavy boned, and again, no nonsense kind of structure hog. Good angle, good set, good reach, big set of bones, a big athletic kind of a hind leg reaches behind her tail head, and then just look at her build. I mean, she packs a lot of punch from, again, her extra skull shape and dimension of a forearm, really boxy in her length of body and right in her turn of body shape. And she's starting to build muscle in the right way for sure. Just a really neat kind of a prospect there. And again, return on investment, and maybe even better if you got the patience to go ahead and run that one for a few years in your sow program. You can really build a lot of things where she looks like she could crank one. That's 55-3.
55-4 comes to us here, this narrow or off-belted pig, and man, what a neat prospect. He's a hardball, back on a no-huddle sow. That sow would actually be Fast Track's mom, so no huddle on Fast Track's mom, and hardball on Fast Track's mom. I got it all jumbled up there a little bit, but neat prospect. Show barrel or bore, I think this one's got some outlying pieces. and exemplifies, I think, what hardball can do. His skull shape, and then his shortness of back, and then his sires pigs with awesome body shape. That one's just got a next level look up front, and then you get on top of this pig, and maybe it's hard to see on the screen. He's so square and open about his shoulder blade, and his top line's good. I think this is a neat pig, regardless of what you want to do. I think it's got a real high ceiling.
Yeah, another one that's got that distinct look that you get out of the hard balls, and that's that extra unique kind of a front end. I mean, it's just a different skull and jaw line that you get out of those pigs, and he's got that. And again, you got that awesome kind of look up front with the length and the extension and the neck extension and correctness or cleanness of crest, and then you get bulk behind it. Man, he's really that's a big shoulder blade, a big turn to a center shape to his rib. The perfect length of body with pliability to center and the right amount of body volume to make that thing balance and fit. And then he's getting, again, a lot of a turn to a big top starting in him and the right kind of muscle pattern behind, real manageable. Again, he's smaller on pounds. I mean, you figure out where the show window needs to be on that one. That one couldn't stretch for, I think, a long, long time. I don't know where the end point actually would be on that one, but that one's got a lot of push and pull, feed and hold type of situation in him. Again, in a real correct kind of a fashion. No excuses hog with a lot of upside, a lot of extras. That's 55-4.
55-5, wider belted one here. Again, hardball on Fast Track's mom, and there's several pigs in this litter represented. I think this could be one of the more unique ones in terms of just his height to shoulder and his front end assembly. Awesome kind of head and neck. He's a pig that when you look at him from the side, legitimately runs uphill, yet he's got a big square chest when he comes right at you. He's maybe not as shapely as his mate in the pen, but that three-quarter view there that he gives you going away, those are big limbs and wild proportions, and a pig that I think could have a very, very bright kind of a future.
Getting smaller one on pounds. This looks like an awesome feeder. Again, really tall-shouldered. His elevation and length of cannon bone he's got off the ground really fits him to make him look really high-headed and cocky. Again, he does run uphill, as Will said, and then when you watch him behind that, I mean, everything balances the way it needs to with the shorter, boxier length of body with good turn of center body to him. And, you know, he's building muscle, but it's a little more of a mellow type of fashion, which is great as far as when you want to unleash creativity on him with whatever protein and additives that you want to do. You can sharpen those edges and bulk that thing up because he's got the wheels to accommodate it. Proportions extremely good from the side. Really neat kind of a pig there with a lot of upside. 55-5.
55-8 here. Hardball back on Fast Track's mom, so a no huddle sow, and there's some differences within that litter in terms of just frame size and maybe type and kind, and this honestly is the biggest outlined, most extended one, but I think all those things are going to allow him to be one that just you can feed and push. Hog's got that hardball kind of shape to his skull and forearm, and then just from a muscle and bulk standpoint, he's greener and skinnier at this stage of the game, but he looks like one to me that could be one of those pigs later this summer that flew under the radar, and somebody wants to know where he came from, and boy, he was that greener, skinnier one at sale time that just did everything right.
Yeah, kind of a middle size on pounds for what we've been viewing here today, and again, just a good pig. One of those that, you're not going to say about a wild piece here or there, just balance and eye appeal and correctness. High-headed, extended fronted, good kind of jawline, and still has some stoutness of feature out of that front end with that extension. Running gear is extremely good. As tall as shoulders he is, his hip, he levels down his spine really good, has good comfort level and coordination off his hind end, and again, it just looks like a feedable one. He doesn't have anything that's really crazy, just good looking, good built, heavy structured kind of hog that's square coming at you. He leaves exactly the same way. He's starting to build some muscle, but you can kind of do your own thing with the bucket as you get him home, because he's right there where you can just kind of take off and go a lot of different directions with him, depending upon where you want to start, when you want to show through the summer, and how you want to end him up. That's 55-8.
55.9 here would be the belted one. They're hard ball. No huddle. That sow would actually be Fast Track's mom. So a really good sow behind these. This -9 of the 55 litter. There's some that maybe have a little earlier muscle, and some that are a little later maturing in terms of just their muscle pattern right now, and this one certainly falls into that category in terms of being a later maturing one. But man, what a neat look up front. Height of shoulder, length of neck, and then his squareness to his chest, I think, are all off the charts good. And then for a pig that does have some extra elevation, he's still very moderate in his length of body, and then just so comfortable off of both ends of his skeleton.
Yeah, again, just looks like a good solid feeder year in and year out. High-headed, cranks his head above his spine, really good skull shape, jawline extension and length up front. His elevation combined with that boxy length of body with pliability center, again, is spot on as far as being one where everything proportions and balances and fits. And again, feedability-wise, I mean, he's true and square coming at you, doesn't deviate any place there. He leaves us exactly the same way, and he's got to come together in a place or two there as he kind of grows. And again, he's a small hog as far as number of pounds, so he's got again a long time there to have a good show window and a long kind of a show career working in him. Solid individual there. 55.9.
55.10, the off belt here next. High heat, no huddle. Sal would be Fast Track's mom, and a pair of litter mates in the ring, but they differ quite a bit in terms of type and kind. They've both got that hardball kind of look to their skull and front end. This one comes in a considerably more moderate package in terms of frame size. He's got more early shape and muscle. He's going to need to be fed just a little slower in terms of the pace that you go at. You won't be able to just shove feed in front of him like you will his mate in the pen right now. But good pig in his own right, just needs managed appropriately.
Yeah, another one that's a little smaller on pounds yet. Neat, slick, extended up through his front end, elevated up front. Again, he's taller shoulders, he is his hip. He's very short in his body and boxy in his length, barrel length of body, if you will. And again, squares up extremely good. He's up on his toes and maintains good strength of pastern, good squareness of build coming at you. And he's starting to build a little more stifle working in him again, as you kind of Will kind of alluded to. Just kind of manage that one, pace him accordingly, kind of what he'll allow you to do, and then go with him. He's a little smaller, and if you do go roll a little slower, your show win is going to be longer on through the fall. Interesting pig here in 55.10.
55.11, solid black gilt comes next, and pedigree here would be hardball back on Fast Track's mom, so that sow would be a no huddle sow that's done a really good job, and what a deep consistent litter. How hardball sires them with a really distinct kind of head shape and skull shape. You can see this in that gilt, and then from there back, she's big armed, soft centered, and then you got the right kind of hip and hind leg. Breeding gilt, market gilt, sow prospect. I think a lot of different things can be done with this one.
Yeah, very versatile one. Again, she's smaller on pounds for the group. If you got something you can run later for sure. And truthfully, right on down through the fall, she's just versatile as a project that is one that can be just a really good solid feeder that's very problem-free, very good up through her front end with stoutness of feature, heaviness of structure, aesthetics of hair, the right length of body, her flexibility of structure. You're going to know we're repeating, but these things are built like this. That's one that anybody can take home and not mess up, because she's just a good solid hog where everything fits in the right proportions and no deficiencies anywhere. Squares up good, looks real feedable. That's 55.11.
56.2 comes next, and a blue barrel prospect we're pumped up on. This pig's pedigree would actually be mainline never before. His mom would actually be the 5'2 never before sow that we own with Rosebird. Unfortunately, she just had 3 pigs this time, and we got the 2 male pigs raised. And I told Grant the other day that, when we were looking at these pigs in the barn, I legitimately think this could be the best barrow that Sal's had. She's been known for her daughters and the impact that they've made, not only here but in other firms, and she's raised her share of barrows also. Had a reserve division at Fort Worth one time. At this stage of the game, I think this could be the best barrow that she's raised. He's stout, he's square, he's comfortable. He needs to fill just behind his blade just a little bit yet, but I think when he does that, I think this one could get real good. And then the bonus is he fits that light cross division.
Yeah, we talked several different times about that little deal behind their blades, about how a lot of times those are the really big ribbed, big centered ones that ends up with a huge square top, and you can kind of see things beginning to head that direction pretty quick. I mean, that's a neat hog, again, for extra stoutness and density. Really a bold featured one, skull-shaped jawline, heaviness of structure, forearm size, very good from that aspect. Dense centered kind of a hog for rib and body. And then he's got a big hip with a big square kind of a hind leg that is able to motor. Again, you just kind of pace him. You figure out where you need to be as far as pounds-wise and where your show wind is. And he's one that could be, I think, again, the push and pull thing, feeding and holding and do a lot of things. I think you can do a lot of things with that one and kind of pace him to maximize everything that one's got for you. That one's 56.2.
56.3, the blue pig here, mainline, never before. His mom would actually be the 5-2, never before Sal that we own with the Rosebird crew there. And you heard me talk about his littermate brother, and I legitimately, that Sal's legacy or story has mainly been based around her daughters. I think this pair of male pigs could be the best barrows that she's had in quite a little time, and she's raised some barrows that were really competitive. Had one that was reserve heavyweight there at Fort Worth a few years back, so she can do it from a barrow perspective also. And I think these could be as good of barrows that we've started out of that sow in a long time. And again, pumped on that sow with that crew, and excited to see where this pair of barrows ends up, because I think they both got a shot.
Yeah, again, this one a little bigger pounds than the mate, this dark blue belted one. We talk about light and dark crosses quite a bit, and depending upon how your classifier does it, whatever show it is you've got, how they would do this one, that one's light cross to me all day long. Even though it looks darker on the screen for some of you that may have not have played that particular game on trying to get into that particular division, so we would sure speculate that's going to be a light cross. Man, that's a neat pig. I like that one quite a bit. I mean, watch him get in, crank his head up. I mean, that is a stout skull, a very wide chest, perfectly square in his elbow, knee and front foot. His elevation combined with a shorter boxer length of body fits and balances really well. And he packs a punch. That hog's starting to get a lot of turn on a big top, a very square kind of a hip that's got, I think, an abundance of muscle that's real feedable. No place to really kind of try to rein him back in. He's just balanced and stout. And that's a neat kind of a pig there. That's 56.3.
57.1 here is a mainline, quite frankly, never before. You always hear me talk about 5'2", never before Sal. This one's grandma would actually be 5'7". Sal that in her own right did an awesome job, and to be honest with you, just visually was the most impressive of those 5-litter Sals. And then, this one's mom being quite frankly, she is the mother of the Reserve Grand Barrow at the Indiana State Fair last year. And then, her daughters have done a good job. She had out for bloods 2 springs ago that were 27 litters. DJ Sanders got one of those, and then the Kaufman family in Ohio got one. And those sows have done great things for both of those firms. My only regret or drawback on this 57-litter is man, I sure wish she'd have gave us a male pig with the way these 5-litter mate sisters look. And again, we don't keep any gilts this time of year. This is your chance to tap in and buy our best ones.
Yeah, another extremely neat pig. It, again, has a real distinct look out of her front end. Cocky, exotic, good looking up front, and still enough stoutness a feature, but still have the great jawline, and then watch her proportion. very good chested, elbow, knee, front foot, everything. Again, angles, flexes, and sets back the way it's supposed to. When she does go ahead and kind of trail across the ring there, she takes a really good kind of a stride, extra aesthetics of hair, flexibility of structure, and she's got packing some punch there behind as far as having some top shape and some thickness of stifle. Looks like one that could be again, it's a long ways to jackpot season. You could jackpot that one as a market gilt if you want to, but man, when that one there, you go ahead and feed that one on into a bigger, heavier weight kind of a gilt. Man, that one's going to be deadly looking when she gets to be a heavyweight, and even better when she gets into sow herd. That's 57-1.
57-2 comes next, and we're going to see 5 of these 57 litter pigs, and unfortunately or fortunately, they're all gilts. Their main line, quite frankly, and then after that was actually the 5-7 never before sow. So the mother of these 57s would be the mother of the Reserve Grand Barrel at Indiana State Fair last year. She'd also be the mother of the gilt that DJ Sanders bought a couple springs ago, and then the Kaufman family in Ohio bought another one of those gilts. And I know both of those sows have done a lot of good things for those programs. Again, this time of year, if this was a summer litter, this gilt would already be in a slat barn and not for sale. This time of year, we offer every gilt, regardless of how they're bred or what sow they're out of. And this one, again, show gilt, and then sow potential, I think, are very, very good.
Goes back 27 litter sows, isn't it?
Yeah. Their mom is the mother of those 27 litter out for blood sows.
Yeah, I remember those when they were previewed here a year or two ago. There, 3 years ago. Man, neat one. Looks like a generator. The first thing she hits me is one that looks like one that could crank a boar or crank a very interesting kind of a litter the next time around. That generating look out of her front end, the way she cranks her head up above her spine real comfortably. And again, she's a neat looking one, but got a lot of density. She's not mature and she's not green and skinny. That one's got a lot of bulk of rib cage. She's got really good body shape to her. Looks like one that again should be a killer kind of a sow. Man, that is a deadly kind of a muscle shape, muscle pattern with a good kind of a running gear going directly behind. She's very good, again, aesthetics of hair and color. She's even got the white switch tail, and again, just a really neat kind of a prospect. Again, it's got to be someplace toward the top of your list. That one there is 57-2.
57-3 here, mainline, quite frankly, never before. Again, these 57s, their mom would be one of our key sows. She's the mother of the Reserve Grand Barrel at the Indiana State Fair last summer. And then she's the mother of a pair of 27 litter sows, one of them that DJ Sanders got, and then the Kaufman family there in Ohio got the other one. And I know both those sows have done great things for those folks. These gilts, these 57s, again, I might get repetitive here, but we sell 100% of our gilts this time of year. We don't keep anything back. So this is your opportunity to tie into a key sow family, really a key sow family on both sides of the pedigree with Mainline's heritage and then this, quite frankly, sow there. Of the 57 litter gilts, this is maybe one of the boxier, just shorter bodied ones, yet, man, so neat looking up front. Like this litter a great deal, like this pig.
Yeah, another one that has that real distinct look out of its front end, like the main lines do. That sharp kind of look out of their front end with that kind of ear set to them. Really neat looking, very very ladylike out in her front end. Really good in her proportions, boxy in her build. Really square in her build, and again, she's immature, but she's got muscle shape in her top, and she's got muscle shape working in her hip, and a real manageable deal that will keep you between the ditches. Real good shape, just a good, solid, easy feed. If you haven't done one before, you can feed those kind of pigs like that. Come out looking incredibly confident and smart in the end, and if you've been doing it a long time, that's a genetic potential there that is kind of endless what you get with that particular sow pedigree in this one. Neat kind of a hog there, again, a lot of upside for sure. That's 57-3.
57-4 here is going to be the white-tailed gilt, mainline, quite frankly, never before, and I'm probably getting long-winded on this litter, but man, we were looking forward to this litter when we mated that sow, and only regret or thing you wish she'd have done differently is give us a couple male pigs, because there's 5 gilts in the litter, and I think all 5 of them are really good. I think that sow raised the Reserve Barrel at Indiana State Fair last year, and then is the mother of the 27-litter sows at DJ Sanders, and then the Kaufman family. Both those sows have done really good for those folks, and this 57, I think you could make the argument is the most feminine, maybe the longest fronted, the longest hipped, yet still packs extra punch in terms of her feature. I think she's just so loose built off of both ends of her skeleton. Again, show gilt, big time kind of show gilt, but I think sow potential. She just has that look about her as far as one of those sows that are the kind that could be a positive addition to anybody's herd or a headliner for that fact.
Yeah, again, she hits as a short lister for sure. Neat color pattern, white switch on the tail, all the aesthetics and color-wise you want. And, man, look at the pig. And that one looks like a generator out of her skull. And, again, looks like a lady, but looks like a generating lady. And with that extra denseness of features she's got there and the bridge to her forehead and the stoutness she's got there, she carries that on back with that kind of stoutness and that kind of build all the way back through. A lot of turn of center body or center rib and body shape. She's the right length of body. And she comes with again, good kind of robust shape down her top, and I think comes with that muscle real quick, but not too tight or too much of it. Looks like it's very manageable, very dense featured from that aspect. She's very dense featured going directly away with a big, stout, athletic kind of a hind leg like that one there quite a little bit. That's another phenomenal litter for this depth of quality and uniformity. That's 57-4.
57.5 belted gilt comes here next, and this will be the last of the 57s. We previewed their main line, quite frankly, never before. Mom raised the Reserve Grand Barrel at Indiana State Fair last year, and then she raised the 27-litter out for blood gilts that we had 2 years ago in this sale. DJ Sanders got one of those, and then the Kaufman crew in Ohio got one, and both of those sows have done awesome for those guys. And again, my only regret with this litter is, man, I wish she'd have left us with a male pig, because she had 5 gilts, and I think all 5 of them are real good. I think this Dash 5 could be the furthest reaching one, the most extreme one in terms of her stoutness of feature, awesome head shape, huge forearm, huge rear leg, and then just so loose and comfortable off of both ends of her skeleton. Big time show gilt, and then looks like the kind to raise a high dollar boar or a barrow that can win a real big show. I like all these 57s really, really well. This one just pushes the envelope a little bit further at this stage of the game.
Yeah, the notes I took down is a bunch of what you just said about it looked like she's one that could build a boar. She does look like the outlier of that group. And I love the litter. I mean, there's been several litters in here that you can really hang your hat on and really like what you see from end to end. And, and again, depending upon the style you like, is the one you're gonna gravitate to at sale time. They're just good livestock. That one there definitely packs the biggest punch as far as just boldness. That one is a stout skull, a generating looking skull that looks like she'll crank a boar. Huge set of bones and feet. Man, that is a big forearm coming at you. There's a lot of turn of center in the right kind of length of body. Really a dense and stout in her feature with outlying pieces, but still doesn't get out of bounds anyplace. I'm really impressed with as much stuff as she's got from end to end, and she stays very true and square. She doesn't roll up front. She doesn't roll behind. She's just bold, stout, bulky, and dense. Looks like, again, a very good outlying breeding piece that is still very problem-free. That's 57.5.
58.3 here, the wider belted male pig. Now glory days. Mom would be a gilt that Parker Gardner showed that had a good show career, won her class there at the summer show in Louisville, and looks like she's going to make a nice sow. This pig, maybe a little bigger outline, more extended pig in terms of just frame size and length of body. Yet I think he still maintains good proportions. He just looks like one that's going to allow him to get to be a heavyweight, and looks like a pig that honestly, if you need one that looks like they got a little grow in them, or those are the kind you like to feed, he looks like one that's going to need to be fed just a little harder in terms of being a shade bigger outline. But again, wild looking and really good hip and hind leg. He just needs to be managed properly, and I think one that could get real good in the end.
Yeah, if he's your feeding style. I mean, getting to be have one that can get into a heavyweight status and everything stay together. I mean, that's a good thing to have. That one has got a really unique looking out of his front end. Again, he's comfortable with his head being above his spine without any effort to keep it there. That one there is very exotic looking in his jawline. He's got the perfect head size for a really a good kind of a barrow, which by saying that, I mean, he doesn't get big headed to where he's makes him look older. I mean, he's got an immature, youthful kind of a look out of his front end. Type and kind, his elevation, and the type of length the body's got, maybe a half rib longer bodied, which surely would think growth curve wise, you should get into that heavyweight type of deal and be really good shape. Get really good running gear, squares up good. He's got pliability of body, he's got squareness of hip, maintains all of it really well. Should be an eye catching kind of a pig, again, particularly when he gets to be a heavy. That's 58-3.
A little chromed up gilt here would be 58-6 and sired by Now back on a Glory Day sow that Parker Gardner showed a couple summers ago that actually would have won her class there at Louisville and had a neat show career all the way through. This gilt has just an absolutely wild look. Her head and neck, and then just her flag tail and her length of hip. Her extension off of both ends of her skeleton is good. She's just got that noticeable presence and just a roar to her that gets her noticed. That looks like one that, again, you could jackpot early and often and get a lot of mileage out of her in terms of her show window.
Yeah, again, smaller than on pounds here, that Man and Eat pig. She's one that, and again, we'll start putting these things together as we kind of view. We're about halfway through the preview, or a little less, and still got a lot of them to go through. But whether that's a short lister or whether she's just going to be on a sleeper list, she's the kind that you kind of need to pay attention to their sale time for sure. Again, she's neat up through her front end. She's very exotic and very cocky up through her front end. Has a really good kind of a jawline, good femininity, but stoutness of skull. And again, pound for pound, she's in good shape as far as her type of bone work she's got. She's clean jointed. She's good as far as flex and angle and set off of both ends. And she's starting to be able to ditch down her top and getting some muscle shape behind. It should be a solid, easy feed. And that one, truthfully, is one that you'll probably at the end of the season say, man, I can't believe how that one really got the stout as she did, because it's all in there. That's 58-6.
59-2 here, the predominantly black male pig. Pedigree is high heat, quite frankly. A sow that, man, she's stout and burly, and when we got her mated high heat, things really clicked there. This just looks like a really proportional yet problem-free pig that brings some extras to the table in terms of his stoutness of feature and just his skull shape. Man, I think one that his rib and his capacity make him look like a hog that if you need him to grow, that he can convert feed and get there. Yet his moderation in terms of his frame size and length of body allow him to hang around for a while if you need. We like these high heat pigs in this set real well, most importantly because they look like dang good feeding pigs.
Yeah, that one, he hits me real pliable. That one has a lot of rib shape and a lot of natural center body, and that's a good thing. You got to be able to get stuff in these things, and he's not going to be one that's going to be deficient of capacity, and that's okay. He's got real stoutness of skull, but length of front, very short-bodied, heavy structured, got a great big old forearm working in him, and you can see a lot of shoulder blade action out on the corners there, and they're popped apart on top of where they need to be. heavy structured, good angles, good set off of both ends, toes head the right direction, big footed, good set of paws on him with good pasterns, and then watch his running gear. Again, another no nonsense hog that cranks his head, levels himself out, reaches off of both ends with the right proportions. That's just a good feeder right there. 59-2.
59-3, the belted gilt here with a neat color pattern, sired by High Heat, back on quite frankly sow. And I said on another litter we previewed how much I like these High Heats, and I think when you take him to some stout burly sows, man, it's been good. And that's exactly what the mother of this one is. She's 9 kinds of stout and real burly. This combination worked well. This gilt, obviously she's cooperating real well out here, but her running gear, her look, her presence, all those things I think are incredible. Show her whenever you want, however you want. I think she just hits a wide swath of judges and does so in a really, really good way.
Yeah, again, she's one that grabs your attention right off the bat. I mean, again, those cocky-looking ones up through their front end. I mean, again, that's you get a judge that likes them neat-looking or stout-looking. I mean, I think she fills the bill on both of those because that good-looking extension up front, she's not sissy-headed by any means. I mean, she's feminine, but she's got dimension to her forehead and looks like a good generating kind of a prospect. And then watch her build. She's really good as far as her squareness coming right at us. Again, in her chest floor, knee and front foot. Everything's good in check there. Perfect length of body to keep that whole thing balanced and tied together make it a really good kind of a feeding project. And, man, watch her running gear, her flex, her angle, her set, her reach off of both ends is just a spot on as far as being one that just kind of floats. You know, she's very, very easy on the eyes. She's got a great kind of a color pattern, and she's got an awesome kind of a running gear. That's 59-3.
Well, certainly excited to have everybody tune in for our online preview this evening, and pumped up to invite everybody to join us here at the farm in our new sale and free preview facility. We're excited to showcase the facility, but more importantly, excited to showcase the set of pigs that we've got for you guys. A lot of opportunity, show barrows, boar prospects, and I think absolutely stacked with high-end females out of key sows. I said it several times that, or we'll say it several times. We don't keep any gilts this time of year. We offer 100% of them. We want them to find good homes and have show careers, and then go on and make an impact for other folks. So we're going to have live previews here at the farm Friday night, a couple of them on Saturday, and then one Sunday before the sale. Sale is Sunday, February 1st at 2 o'clock. Online bidding through Kennedy Ventures and CCI. So pumped to ask everybody to join us here at the farm in the new facility, and I think there's a little bit something for everybody in this set of pigs.
Again, always appreciate the invitation to come back and work here with Will and crew. I mean, it's always so impressive with the depth of quality that they've got in this breeding program. And again, as Will had already mentioned, there are some boar prospects, bears of a variety of sizes. There's some quality big ones and quite a few young ones that roll down through the fall. But the females is what always has to get you excited about the Hilty program and what they can contribute to your breeding program or resale value on the ones you get purchased. Again, there's 130 plus individuals going to be in this particular sale. Awesome facility, just a killer facility that you'll really be impressed with and really have an enjoyable time here with the whole crew and a bunch of fellowship with a whole lot of other hog enthusiasts. If we can help you in any way at all and to try to guide you to the best projects you can get, we'd be glad to do so. Thanks for looking in.